Many moons have passed since I left the town of Tristram behind me. Since then I've tried to forget the terrors I beheld beneath the cold earth and the twisted nightmares that have haunted my every waking moment. There's something dark within me now. I can feel it. Eyes blast to the past, a bitter killer's mastery class, an orb of ice, a centrifuge recast at the fast, a frozen mass. They shattered into glasses of ash, a chill and blizzard wizards cast, and now I'm gone in a flash. And we don't stop, a Nova proc, a weapon swap, a unique drop. We're tearing through this chaos, listen to our master rap to flock. The last who popped the moment stopped, he's finally free. Not even death can save him from me. Holy bolt, holy shield, holy freeze. I might smite the Lord of Terror unto his knees. I'll set free the beast within just to watch him bleed. Pure concentration, no salvation, just to restore peace and bring order to the world. The desecration from my sword, he start a war. I'll massacre the core foundation of the law. This ain't no soul in search of answers, just a hero with a T. And by the time I finish slaying, there won't be Diablo 3. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify. Should specify it's time to die. Bring it back to the master of the track. Travel east to find the beast so I can slay him with my rap. Don't need flails or a sword. Tie my hands behind my back. Like a shop up, I'ma kill him with my lyrical attack. Time to let out my battle cry. I don't find the time to grind a level 9 to 9. Support the party blizzard wizard and that summon god. I stand to tank the flank of dolls, but when I try to fight, my damage lacks. A crepified, I can't attack. I spent my life mastering axes, now I'm damned to cat. Or cries of anguish, they don't care, they want the mana back. Dead dreams of prestige, honor, valor. Now I stand and rap, I go slow. A mental block from years ago, still trapped inside my mind. The frigid howling's all I know. Yet as I hit my blows, my vengeance charges start to grow. Look out, Diablo, this barbarian's about to steal the show. I spit fire, but not the weak like Inferno. Ebotted poison over shots crush from my goblin toes. Line by line, I'm breathing rhymes in a red lightning hose. And if you're caught up in this flow, your corpse just might explode. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify. Should specify it's time to die. It's a catastrophe, metallic bashing me. Can't throw blows cause I chose my tree. Tornadoes, dodging mobs like it's an allergy. Pattern war's a product of a master mastery. I pray to D, pray straight blasphemy. I pray to find a glitch or bug to get me past these three. I'll lose my mind if Talik's extra faster, I can't see. Maddox throws it's time to focus, DJ drop that beat. They're afraid of the pain that I ingrain in the brain. Degrade the brave escapades by throwing shade at the name. My rage builds enter lane, volcanoes burning away. Can't level for a hurricane, chill to the core, can't escape. Soon be no more disengrave statues of gold that I say you're worthy hero. Now go slay the lord of destruction today. Soul some controls through its fate. Get to the throne to delay your only hope. Take a moment now, ready, set, play. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify. Should specify it's time to die. They should on assassin invade for res maxima. Waves of fire setting ablaze to trespassing and slaves. And the masses afraid of the traps that lay waste as they cast on the days by mind blasting. Now faced with the past is the phase from the passage. Remind us of mortality, destruction of reality. A moment of silence, please. Beware, foul demons and beast.
Yo. What's going on? AI playing hardcore? AI could never. AI couldn't get out of Act 1. It'd still be looking for the Scroll of Iniphis in the underground passage or something, man. How does one redeem the gift card? You gotta win it. Yeah, it's pretty simple. You just put up Mr. Llama VOD on the second channel while you're hanging out here. Leave it up all day, all night. We all just watch. And turn your ad blocker off if you got one there. And you just let that puppy go. You can set it down to 1% volume down here. Don't mute it over here. Or you can mute up here if you want. Mute the tab. I tried 3 art. And you just earn points while that's going. 8 Spectre won the giveaway. What? Yo, thanks, James. Wait, what? What giveaway did you win? I didn't roll any win. Kai and Luturu were the winners of the giveaways. Where is that from? Is that from the VOD channel? Can no longer 8 Spectre. Oh, that was a previous giveaway. Right? Hold on. Well, now you got me confused. Oh, but I can't look at the other giveaways I have going when I have this one up. Kai won yesterday's, right? Did you win yesterday's? Y'all gonna get pummeled, Denali, but okay, sure. Maybe you won yesterday's and I'm crazy. I thought it was Kai. Maybe Kai won the previous one? I don't know. All right. After tonight or later today, just send me a DM, Spectre. And I'll look at it. Maybe I'm crazy. Said you had 1,000 gems or something. Wasn't a giveaway. You said I had some gems. Yeah, thank you, James. That's very kind. I appreciate the jewels there. Okay, Denali, you got lucky. He died with Paladin? No, he's chilling. Okay. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today we're going to be continuing the Hardcore Elemental Guided playthrough for the Druid. Now, this was pretty easy through normal. One of the strongest normal characters, I would say, with just very powerful fire damage. We'll continue that through Nightmare. We'll farm up some stuff to get ready for the switch over to Wind, and then we'll keep going. Now, you could continue to, we're level 39, by the way. If you want to continue farming in normal, you can, but I mean, I'm happy to just go to Nightmare. Now, you could continue with just fire all the way through if desired. We are still on players 8, so that works. But I feel pretty happy just switching over for this one. Maybe we'll do a pure fire playthrough in the future. One of the problems with going pure fire is you run into fire immunes, and Wind is a little bit better at dealing with that as you play along. So we'll do this. Oh yeah, we forgot to do normal Radamant. We'll go back and do normal Radamant as well at some point. And we'll go down to players 1 for the Den of Evil. We actually could stick P8, but
This is where evil hides.
there's not a ton of experience in the Den, so a lot of times when we do the Den, we're just looking to do whatever here. We also need to get our Barbarian a weapon. So let's look for just a random sword to start, and then we can get him something better in the future. Molten Boulder and Armageddon solve that problem. Yeah, you do get some of the physical damage there. And Volcano and stuff, so like you do get a little improvement, but I don't know. It's like okay. Armageddon's actually pretty sweet though. I won't lie. The Armageddon damage is actually nice. But yeah, I mean, like I said, we can do, you know, pure fire hardcore in the future. It's not impossible. I did it before on the softcore one, and it was still good. Recommended element overall for the game, in your opinion? I mean, I like cold overall. Well, magic is going to be like the best. There's so few magics to deal with. But ooh, we have bad light res. I like cold just because you get to freeze things. Nice and easy. 10 light res on those gloves, but I'd be dropping way too much for it. So this is where you do look and you say, okay, I need to be careful with anything that deals lightning damage, because we are very susceptible at the moment. And if we want, we could go try and shop something to help out a little bit. Not going to be a lot right here. But, you know, you can find a little bit of, like, maybe a belt or maybe a pair of gloves or boots. 17 fire res. I mean, that's better than 2 to strength. Wish it was light res. There's 10 light res. Because I need the light res a little bit more, I'm actually going to put that on for now, and then we can just like have this for later.
Darth Maulzers 88 gifted a tier 1 sub to Yo 8.
Thanks, Maulzers. Sell a couple of random things just to make some space. It's much appreciated. Perfect. Yeah, the slow effect from the cold is just really nice. Okay. And like I said as well, we will also be putting points into Volcano now. And we'll go up to players 8. But Volcano will just be really nice. To continue adding to our fissure damage. Look around, grab the experience shrine. And now our goal is to get to the tower. There's a giant sword. Something for the mercenary. In the tower, like I said, we can farm spirit runes, and we can also look at some other runes if there's some other things that we do want to get. Poison res. Dang. That would have been so nice if that was 21 light res. Archer's always a little bit scary, but thankfully with this build, we just drop the fissure and go. So it's not as big of a deal. You don't have to stand and kill every single thing. You don't have to do all this crazy stuff. You're just dropping a fissure in their path and moving on. Rare shark skin belt. Maybe some light res. Come on, baby. Oh, I mean, that's nice enough. I gotta use it. 10 to life, 26 cold res. And it's a shark skin belt. Alright, so our cold res is maxed. Our cold res is actually godly.
Moo.
Thank you, Slats. Did you? Solid. Ouch. Yeah, like this is like high damage right here. So I'm got to be very cautious. How are we gonna handle Andy? I mean, Andy will be easy. Andy is just... She has minus 50 fire res. Are we thinking about the kids in private school? Private school is like $30,000 a year. And honestly, holy cow, that's a sweet jewel, little zipper. As someone who went to private school for half of my life, I went private, then public, then private. I'm not really sure it was worth $30,000 a year. Oh, mercenary. And you can find more expensive than that easily as well, you know. Yeah. I just... I don't know, man. It feels ridiculous. More volcano, more vitality. Like if I really think about it, if I take $30,000 a year and just invest it for each of my daughters instead, which I don't have $30,000 a year anyways, but if I have $30,000 a year extra that I could have spent on it, and I just invest it instead from K through 12, at the end of the 12 years of schooling, honestly, it'd probably be close to like $1 million. Maybe like 2/3 of $1 million or something. I feel like I could just... My daughters could be more successful with $500,000 to $1 million in a public school education than the private school education, which again, from my experience, wasn't that different. Crude crystal sword from the Black Marsh should get 4 sockets. And if you want to see the process of how I'm thinking that, it goes like this. We go sockets Diablo 2. We verify. We do crystal sword. Crystal sword gets 4 sockets on eye level 26 to 40. We do area levels Diablo 2. We do Black Marsh, Nightmare, area level 38. That is within that range. Thus, when I socket quest that, it will be 4 open sockets.
I need a key.
$30K a year compounded at 6% for 12 years is about 630,000. Perfect. Like I said, about 2/3 of a million. So I could either have 2/3 of $1 million per child, or I could have 2 kiddos that went through the private school system. And again, it's like, number one, the education difference was not that different. I will say, when I was in high school, I did notice a difference. But man, when I was in elementary school, like, I actually found I got a better education from the public school system than the private school that I went to. More volcano, more vitality.
I can smell where this tower was abandoned.
Mostly because, honestly, the private school I went to, as most of the private schools are, they're religious, and there was just like too much focus on religious studies, I would say, and not enough focus on just like core education. At least the one that I went to. So, like, I learned more about, you know, the Bible's passages when I was there, but I learned more math when I was in public school. Okay. Gotta be careful of the curse here. Archer's a little nasty. It's more focused on business style classes for private. That was not my experience at all, no. So I went to just a regular, like, you know, private school, whatever, in elementary school, and again, that one had like more, you know, again, I had more religious studies and things, but I didn't feel like my education actually was like superb. It was fine. And public school, I got a good education, and there was more focus on actually the academics within it. But when I went to high school, I went to Jesuit, and Jesuit, I did feel had a higher level for education, with a big focus on like writing and stuff. They were very, very focused there. I just Googled my local private school, and K-2 tuition is $56,000 a year. Yeah, the $30,000 a year was being like generous and low. And the thing is, I'm all about education. Like, I think more education is great, but I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it that $56,000 a year is worth the education, and what is actually being taught is of that value in anything. You know, like, I went to a decent college as well, and the education there I felt was like fine. Do I think it was worth the, you know, $40,000-$50,000 a year of tuition? No. Maybe worth like 10 grand a year. And it was like a decent college with, you know, small class sizes and a lot of focus on that stuff, but yeah, they're just having a laugh, all of education. And this is my ultimate thought of it, is after having been through the education system and gone to both private and public, back and forth and everything like that, I honestly think with a mild amount of effort and education at home, you can, we'll go down to players 1 before we kill the Countess, that education at home is just as powerful, if not more impactful. Anyways. Am Soul. Wow, what a drop. Okay. Let's talk about the run again for a second.
Good day.
And then we can get back on this. Tiny bit of poison res, that's fine. All that's trash. Right, so what are we looking for down here? Normally, we're looking for Tal, Thol, Ort, Am, and Ort Soul. Right? Ort Soul for the Helm, Tal, Thol, Ort, Am for the Spirit, and then Ral, Ort, Tal for the Ancient's Pledge. So this is going to be our general like desire for everything we're looking for. We'll toss that. So we have Ral, Ort, Tal. We have Tal, blank, blank, Am. And we have blank Soul. Now for me, I don't need the Ort Soul because I found a good Druid Helm. Which is actually solid. And if I socket quest this, we could put an Ort rune in it, and then it's like even better. So, you know, there is some niceness there. But yeah, this is our desires. We need a Ort Thol, and honestly, I would take one more Ort rune. We do also have Tal, 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 and Tal and Ral. So this is all one Ort rune as well, if you cube it all up. So we do have the Ort there as well, if desired. So we really just need that Thol rune. Go more Volcano, go more Vitality. Go back to players 8. Grab any experience shrines. And we'll go down again. Is that you thinking there's no education that's worth $56,000 a year? I think you would be really hard pressed to find an education that's worth $56,000 a year. Because $56,000 a year is not just $56,000. It is also the $56,000 that you're collecting, that you could be investing, that you could be putting towards something else, right? Like there's an opportunity cost with money that people often forget and don't think about. And it's one of the biggest reasons whenever we talk about like renting versus buying, where a lot of people get hung up on. Right? Everybody says buying is better than renting, blah, 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 blah. And one of the things, the points that they miss on it is, let's say you're buying a $500,000 home, which honestly is like your starter homes now in a lot of places. That's $100,000 that you have to save up for the down payment, unless you're paying PMI, which is just even more added interest cost for no reason, and blah, blah, blah. So you don't want to be doing that. $100,000 saved up is $100,000 that you're just like sitting on in cash and then dumping there, that instead you could be putting in the market and is making 8 to 10% every year. So now you're looking at a lost cost of $8,000 to $10,000, you know, every year for owning the home, that if you were renting, you could have just been investing that money and letting that grow right there. And that's going to be a lot of the gains that you're making and offsetting a little bit of the ownership. So similar idea with $56,000 a year for private school, or $30,000 or whatever it is that you are foregoing, you know, all of that again you could be investing for yourself, for your child. And like as much as I, you know, love education, which again I think a lot of education we could just get at home here, based on everything I've seen from both private and public school. I felt like a lot of the time it's like, yeah, you know, I've had a few teachers that definitely I felt went a little above and beyond, but honestly a lot of schooling and teaching I felt like was do this worksheet, do that, whatever, and I could have learned it just learning it, you know. Go down to players 1. So, you know, it's like I do highly value education, and I wish this world had more education. I think education should be a massive priority, because a better educated populace is just good for society. But, hey, there's our Soul Rune. If I could have come out of school, high school, and my parents handed me a check for $630,000. Okay, probably you shouldn't hand a 18-year-old a check with $630,000. But the idea, right? They said, hey, you can use this towards a business of your own. You can use this towards, you know, whatever stuff. Another Soul Rune. Also really nice to have Soul Runes for Raltier Tau Soul. We can make ourselves an Insight for an Act 2 Mercenary, just to have him be a little strong if we want. And, oh yeah, players 8. I feel like I could have done more with that. Like, give me a full public education and $630,000 versus a private education and no dollars. And I feel like I could do more with the other one. So, I don't know. At those prices, I'm just like, yeah. Private education comes with a private level network of people. I mean, people keep saying that. I'm like, I guess so. I don't know. I mean, I went to private schools twice, and maybe it was for my parents, but like, I don't feel like there were any connections made that were, you know, anything more than like, hey, I made a couple friends. You got the good flavor of autism, though. Plenty others would throw that money away. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess some people do. But I don't know. Ain't for me, man. Ain't for me. Okay, and we could make a lore helm right there as well. There's probably something to be said for like Ivy Leagues and things like that, and the connections you can make there and whatever things. But to be honest, I don't care to hang out with a lot of those people either. The people that are paying to have friends at the big wig places are a lot of times not great people, even if like they will be have more money in life. Because I know plenty of the, you know, like some of my friends have the dads that pay, you know, the crazy fees at the exclusive country clubs and stuff, and they're kind of all the worst people I know. So, I'm good. The question is, not sending your kid to private school, am I really going to invest it? Well, first off, I don't have $30,000 or $56,000 a year to spend on education anyways. Telephone. So, I guess we luck out on that one. Yeah, it's a sweet one, I'll do. Alright. Talthol. We still didn't get the Ort, but again, we can cube all the way into the Ort. We also did get the Insight. Ral, Tier, Tau Soul. So we can also look for a base for that. And I feel pretty good. I feel like we've got most of what we need. Hey, 20 to light res. I don't really care about this mana per kill FCR at the moment. We'll save that up for a little bit later. Just do more Sevathons. Easy. Of course. Oh. Can't check them out. I need to get my cube set at some point. Alright, we already had that, but looks cooler. Okay, let's grab out some Floods, because whatever. And let's go here.
Yes.
VOD channel counts if it's not the active tab, yes. Okay. And let's continue. So I'm just going to push forward. We're level 47. That's a great level. I've got the runes that I need. Feel free to keep farming down there. And if you get to the point where you stop really gaining experience from it, you can still just kind of pick up some levels really quickly. And then if you're, you know, done with that, then you can just rush down to the Countess and just kill the Countess over and over again. Well, we're going to hell, Hram. You gotta start then normal, and then nightmare, then hell. Now, I'm going to continue with the leaf for now. And this is where I would also say, take a thought of what your comfort level is. Right now, I'm a little bit more of in a slightly more dangerous position for a little bit more damage. Because I'm running no Ancient's Pledge, and I'm not running the Spirit, and I'm running the Leaf instead here. And you know, I may end up swapping here pretty soon. I'm going to go ahead and stick with the Leaf for now. But I think by the time I get to Act 2, I'm going to swap over and run the other combination. Even though we could continue with this all the way until we do respec. As I said, it's slightly more damage. But my lack of light res, I think, is concerning enough. For us to do this. Is the barb choice intentional? Yeah. I found a fun little helm. And then, you know, whatever. And so I thought, let's just use the fun helm. And it's not a big deal. Like, I do so much damage that right now it's not a terrible thing to, you know, use this over the Act 2 mercenary. But at the same time, I also kind of want to show that, like, yeah, this mercenary is fine. I don't think I can grab this, actually. I think I forgot to turn the imbue in normal. Yeah. Which, imbues actually would be helpful right now. So, I'm going to go... What? Let's go turn it in, because I was lazy and didn't do it in normal. Okay, and just because I do feel like we could imbue probably a nicer set of boots. Look at the partisan for 4 sockets. All right. That was easy enough. Looks like when we get to Act 2, we'll be getting an Insight Mercenary. Remember that a partisan normally is going to be getting 5 sockets unless you're dropping it super early. Again, doing the whole area level thing that we talked about before. So, you know, be careful there. But one thing you can do is you can grab a bill if you find a white bill, and that'll always get 4 sockets. If you get it from Nightmare there. And so you can take the white bill, use your socket quest on that, and make an insight there. So that is always an option. But being able to just snag a 4 open socket of some sort along the way is nice. And so you always want to be checking the long swords, the broadswords, the crystal swords, any of the pole arms that drop. Make sure it's a pole arm and not a spear. You always just want to be checking these out to see if you can get... We'll grab a waypoint for safety, why not? See if you can get 4 sockets. So you can make an insight. And the mana will actually be kind of useful once we respec. So it's decently nice to have the insight available. What are we up to today? Hardcore Druid. Yeah, this is a long map. Let's be careful over here. We don't have good light res, but it is a boss group worth decent experience, so we'll at least go drop a couple of fissures over there and just pick up a little bit of EXP. But at this point, you know, we've got pretty much all we need here. Our goal is really just killing Andariel, getting to Act 2, getting the Act 2 Mercenary, getting our Ancient's Pledge, getting our Spirit. Like, we have a lot of upgrades that we're sitting on. Just waiting. So. Thank you, chick. Go one more step. S Head Striker is really fun on the Mercenary as well. You can find it. A lot of damage there.
I sense it. A supernatural strong
Huh. Oh, because you did a 199 the other day. So this is your fault, of course. Hey man, I take pennies. Yo, Grizzled! With the headliner, thank you so much. Nightmare and Dariel actually an interesting spot for like okay farm. We could find Mage Fist here, which would be really nice for this character, right? 20 FCR plus 1 fire. Good for both setups of it. We can get here, hold on, let me Ral Tier Tal Soul. Wow, 17 Medi, 223, 212 bonus AR, and 15 crit strike. That is a baller roll. More Volcano, more Vitality. I guess I should go into Strength here soon, actually, so I can use the Spirit and stuff. Watch for yours. Time to pay the tab. Thank you very much. Hey, there's our Ort Rune. What was I saying?
I can't.
I forget. Have I ever made a new character because I didn't like the name? Online, yes. Offline, I just go hero at the name. Talking about upgrades to come? I thought that was before. Rare Hawkhelm. Give it a check. 3 to Shockwave. Oh. What's really sad is it's actually got really nice res on it. Oh, man. That would have been so good, actually. With those resistances, it's got the light res I need. Oh, right. Farming Andariel. We could also find like Viper Magi, which would be a definite upgrade. Just some other things like SOJ. A little more rare, but possible. Nah, it's gone. It's okay. R.I.P. Shockwave Bear. You were fun while you lasted. Okay. So we do need to get up to 43 strength, so we are going to have to do a few levels. We'll go down to players 1, but honestly we could remain at a higher player count for Andariel if we wanted. Players 3, players 5, all that would also totally work for her. It's not that much better, but it's a little bit. Kill some baddies. Try and keep our mercenary away from Andy. She does do a lot of damage. So do we. And a nice armor for the mercenary.
I'll put that to good use.
Little twitch throw action there. Get some IAS on him. And just like that, congratulations, give yourselves the clap. Act 1 of Nightmare is done. Let's move on here to Act Numero Dos. Ooh, lethargy charges are sometimes a fun thing to have. Okay, we can drop those. Man, I am so sad about this. I almost want to wear it. Just like temporarily. Again, lose a tiny bit of damage, but actually get some light res for the beetles out here. I think I'm going to do that. Small safety check. Back up to players 8, and again we're going to pick up some levels and aim to get to 43, well I guess 47 strength for the kite shield. Hey, I got to do normal Radaman at some point too. And let's go get our new mercenary as well. Do you have any pre-BlizzCon predictions for what's potentially to come for D2R? You know, I think me trying to predict would just be all over the place and foolish. We'll grab Holy Freeze.
I'll put that to good use.
So, I don't think so. I'm just going to go in and be excited for whatever we get. It's not that I have anything I can't talk about. I'm just, I got nothing to say on it. You know, it's just another class? That sounds crazy, man. Thanks, Mezzy. Maybe a thing we do end up bringing back here. I don't feel like it's another class because I haven't been working on another class. Unless they got like Kano and Jim working on another class, or Sweet Phil or something like that, you know, they went and picked up some other streamers to do it. But I'm not saying they need me to work on another class either, but so they could have grabbed some other streamers and Could have them doing some stuff there. Okay, we do need to get some life leech for our mercenary. That's the biggest thing that's lacking right now. You're gonna see in the Act 6 trailer. I don't know where you guys are getting this idea that there's an Act 6 and I'm involved in all this stuff. We'll go strength and more volcano. I have not said anything about doing anything like that. So don't you go put words in my mouth and like tell anybody that I've been saying that stuff. My lips are sealed. If I knew, my lips would be sealed if there was anything that I knew. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know anything, so I guess they're technically unsealed. I'm telling you everything I know right now. But they would be sealed if I did, but I don't. So I'm glad that we're all on the same page about that. I don't know nothing, man. Was I invited to BlizzCon? Yes, I will be going to BlizzCon. But that's so I can, you know, I'm gonna sit there in the audience and I'm gonna be right there with y'all and we're all gonna be going, what's happening? What's happening? And if something drops, we're all going to be together freaking out. Was I invited or am I attending? I was invited. Blizzard has requested my presence at BlizzCon. So it makes me feel like we're going to get something. But like I said before, Blizzard also invited me when Diablo 4 dropped, and Blizzard also invited me when Diablo Immortal dropped. So I think it could literally be more D2R content, a new D4 expansion, the precursor to Diablo actually coming to the game or something. Diablo Immortal 2, though I don't feel like they would make that mistake again. Diablo 1 remastered.
It's locked.
Or Diablo 5 being announced. Did I say that already? I feel like it's got to be something in that realm. Another Ort rune, that's great. Or maybe it's something completely different. But that to me feels like what is potentially coming. One of those options. Otherwise, why invite me out there? But as to what, I am more strength. I am as lost as all of you. Which of those would most surprise me? Let's go from least surprising to most surprising. Least surprising, I think, would be some D2 changes. Nothing substantial, though. Just like, hey, we're, you know, giving you more stash tabs and character tabs. And, you know, we're fixing the lobby, and here's like the Mosaic Assassin update or something. More surprising would be if there was like Act 6, another class, Act 4 gets finished out, something like that. I'm definitely more surprised. Even I think Diablo 4 next expansion release would also not be surprising at all. I think Diablo 5 being announced would be more surprising. I think Diablo 1 Remaster would be medium. Not that surprising, but potential. What else did I say? I think it'd be really dope, yeah, if we got like charm bag, fixing boring talent trees, like all the quality of life things like that, like making skeleton mages useful. That'd be pretty dope. Just like a big overhaul to all of the Act 2 or Act 2 Diablo 2 systems, like that. Because I feel like, again, they have enough knowledge that they're not going to, like, break it all.
The sun warms the world once more.
It is an honor to serve you.
You know, before, when I would talk to you guys, I always had to worry about slipping up. Accidentally saying too much. But I don't have to worry about that right now. I get to say whatever, because I don't know anything. Okay. Let's go here through the maggot lair. We'll go down to players 1. Like, as beautiful and as perfect as I think Diablo 2 is, and I don't think you have to touch it in any means, I still think there are ways that it could be improved without going too far. You always have to be careful of going too far, which is something I always harp on, and some people don't like I harp on it, but a lot of mods go too far. The game doesn't, it's not Diablo 2 anymore, it's now it's a mod, which is fine, you know, for the mods, but a lot of them go too far. But there's so many meaningful quality of life updates that can still be made, and they already made a bunch, like stackable stash tab and stuff. Oh my god, how gorgeous is that? All the stash tabs that we got, the Holy Grail, like, honestly, if I were to redo my what do I rate Diablo 2, it goes up a decent amount because of like the great changes that they've put in here. Grab the staff of yeah, just absolutely beautiful.
Impossible.
Oh, we still have that in there. Okay. We'll go back to, well, I guess we'll go to players 1 here, actually. I think we ended up with, the game was a, not, or in like an 8.94 is where we ended up for Diablo 2. When we did like a full breakdown of all of the features of Diablo 2. and rating all the features from story to mechanics to boss type fights to variety of mobs, itemization, etc. I think we ended up with like an 8.9 something for Diablo 2, which I think was a pretty fair rating. But this was, again, was before they had everything they've added with Reign of the Warlock, and I think they've increased it with that. The game has improved. They hit on a lot of the quality of life pieces and stuff that needed to be improved. Let's go players 8, and we'll just run the flat path. So, flat path you can kind of run P8 on if you want. So, these Hell Clans are a little annoying. All the other paths I like to just go P1. I knew we'd run into the Fire Enchanted. Pick up the experience here. I mean, I actually like the attacker takes damage and stuff. I kind of like, you know, some affixes being a little weaker, but then still having some use cases, like in pacifist runs and stuff. It's kind of cool. Even ones like Light Radius, I like. The biggest issue with Light Radius is they just like make it too easy. I think they should actually darken the game more and make Light Radius a more important affix. Because I've played like Darkness runs before, and oh my god, if you play a Darkness run where you mod the game to bring your Light Radius down to 0, it's like the scariest thing ever, fighting Diablo and stuff, and it actually makes the boss fight a lot better. Where can you watch a full breakdown? Look up Mr. Llama SC honest review of Diablo 2, maybe? Something like that. Should be that video. Sorry, Messi. Okay, not first way. Okay.
Your presence honors me.
Let's go to players 1. 5 to life is just not enough. More volcano.
This was not designed by nature's architect.
I think the reason that I also enjoy things like attacker take damage and plus light radius and stuff like that is because you do need some brick affixes. One thing that I do feel like happens a little too much in mods and such is that you hit the good affixes a little too often. Now, maybe crafting and stuff could be improved a little because it is pretty hard to hit good affixes in Diablo 2 on crafting. A lot of crafts are like really worthless, so I think you could do some stuff there. But you know, it's like you need to have downside affixes, ones that you're like, all right, second way. You know, not great, like, but it's got a couple of these other rolls that are really nice.
Finally. Now I can leave this.
Oh, Diablo 2 expert reviews Diablo 2 Resurrected. Ah, perfect. There you go.
Good day.
Good day.
Greetings.
Okay. And yep, we just got to keep going here. I guess we can go back. Let's go to normal. Let's socket quest this. And there we go. We get 4 sockets. Tal, Thol, Ort, Am, 30 FCR. That's totally fine. Remember for our breakpoints, and this will be more important later, this character, fire doesn't matter as much because you have some like small cooldowns, but for wind you do care. So one thing you can always just do is look up like Diablo 2 Druid class and builds. And you can look at whatever build you want here and scroll down and you will see all of the faster cast rate breakpoints. And here we can see that the faster cast rate as a human is 30, 46, 68, 99, 163. So these are the breakpoints that we will try and remember and think of as we're pushing forward. With Spirit, we get 30 plus the 25 right there is going to be enough to hit here. I would need 20 more FCR to hit the 68 breakpoint. That'd be nice and something that we can consider a little bit later on. But just something to note. And we have that. I need 1 more strength. We'll go players 8. We'll just have the spirit for now right here. And I just need to level up 1 more time and get a tiny bit more strength. And then we can put on our Ancient's Pledge. Ancient's Pledge can also be made in a large shield. And in a large shield, it's only 34 strength. There's a slight movement penalty for that, though. Is there a malice? Oh yeah, I never put the malice back. Okay. And because I have multiple Orts and Souls, I'm also debating just making an Ort Soul and making that lore for now. But having multiple souls can also be good because you can use it for insight, obviously. You can use it for lore. You can use it for bulwark, which could be really nice on our mercenary. So there are multiple options for it that I would like. Oh, that's a lot of experience right there. And level up. Go to town. More volcano. A couple more points there, so we have enough, and the rest vitality. And here we'll go Ral, Ort, Tal, make an Ancient's Pledge. And now our resistances are looking a lot nicer. And again, let's see, how many souls do I have? Do I just have the 1 more? Okay, I just have the 1 more. So That is potentially a bulwark. Where did I put that? Oh, he has it. But we'll make the lore for now. We'll take the plus to skills. We will take it. So now our res are much stronger, and this is just kind of a lot easier of a scenario to be in. Am I in the right tomb? I think I went in the double down arrow tomb. Either way, I don't mind just leveling up if we are in the wrong one anyways. Yeah, we are. So just getting some experience. We'll go to the right tomb next. Okay. Nice and easy. We'll pick up some thawing potions for when we fight Duriel. Let's keep it going.
It's locked.
So, again, one of the beauties of this character, but just, you know, any character, right, is when you can level up quickly. You can keep yourself ahead on levels, and it's just safer. And allows you to really get just very powerful with your damage. Right? The more you level, the more your skills are. There's a lot of synergies for all these classes. And so you can really just power up. Okay, with a little bit more strength, 60 strength, we could get 20 to life, 20 to fire res with Saigon's belt. But honestly, I've already got a really good belt, so I don't need to go for that. My belt is already good enough. It's a lot of strength I'd be investing. Ooh, I'll be really sad if this is a... Okay. It is actually lore eligible, but it doesn't have anything good on it. Like, both Fury and Spirit of the Barbs or whatever for us. No oaks. Yeah, we're oakless. We could look at, like, getting an oak later, you know, especially when we get to hell. We may consider doing, like, bare oak, because it is hardcore, and sacking a little bit of damage for that can be nice. But a lot of times you don't want to be sacking too much damage. Do I plan to do another 1K runs of X stream soon? I mean, we could do some like X runs of another thing, but I don't know if we'd be doing 1K. 1K of LK is kind of possible because it's like 20-second runs, or you could do like 1K of Andy runs and stuff. But like cows would be like 50 cows. Okay, we'll go down to players 1. We put those in. And we drink our thawing potions to help our mercenary. We'll also stand in here to tank a little if we can. And voila! Just like that, give yourself the clap like I have. GG, everybody. Hi, sweetie.
You gave it to yourself, then you gave it to me.
You're stuck with me now.
That's not how that works.
I think so.
STI trapping?
STI trapping.
Hey, go Darcy. You tell him not to clap around me.
And let's go to Act 3.
Good day.
So, if you haven't respect over from your leaf yet,
Hello.
now is definitely getting to the time when you probably want to. Just a nickname she had when she was a kid. No moo. Is that Jason's Deli? No, we did go to Jason's Deli 2 days ago, though. This was my daughter's instructions of how she wanted the dinner experience to go. She was very, very specific. And she kind of like mumbled as she talked all the way through it. So I'll try and give it the best. She said, okay, here's what I want. We go at Jason's Deli and we eat at Jason's Deli and we get ice cream and muffins at Jason's Deli, and then we come back and then we get Brahms and we go take the Brahms back home and we go out our front door and we go sit in the front yard and we eat the Brahms in our front yard. That's what I want to do. We said, well, we're not going to get ice cream at Jason's Deli and get Brahms ice cream. She said, but that's what I want to do. Eventually we convinced her we'll just get one of them. And she was good with it. When we were there, she was like, I want to go get Brahms instead. So we went and got Brahms ice cream, and we ate Brahms ice cream in our front yard. Engage. Yeah, she tried to sneak double ice cream in there. Okay, Great Marsh. We can leave a teepee. Hopefully we get a flare jungle. If not, that's okay. One of her favorite things to play is she plays pizza. Where we all sit down and we make a pizza, and then you say what you're going to put on the pizza. But you have to put something silly on the pizza. Like the car or the pool water or something. And once you put something silly on the pizza, she then will go and say, no, the car doesn't go on pizza. The car goes in the street. I'm going to go. I take the car off the pizza. I walk down with the car. And she gets up and she like does a little like imitation. I walk down the stairs. I go out the front door. I go to the street. I put the car on the street. I come back. I walk back inside. I go up. I walk up the stairs. And then I come back here and we put something else in the pizza. It's the cutest thing in the world. I'm players 1 right now, but we can go up to players 8 if we want. That'd be fine. We'll go more Volcano. I'm really saving players 8 for when we get to player jungle. Does she say it like that with the accent? Is that a New Jersey accent? It's more just like the little kid lisp, unable to speak a little bit, which maybe sounds a lot like that accent. Jeez, you know, can't quite pronounce everything. Which, yeah, sounds a little bit like New Yorkers who can't quite say all the words. There's a white partisan. If you happen to find a white partisan that you want to try for insight, You can go Ral, Am, Piamethyst. This does cost an Amarin. And you can roll it for sockets. And you have a 1 in 6 chance of hitting 4 sockets on it. So you can try this with any of the bases that can roll at least 4 sockets, and give it a try. But also just waiting until you find a white bill and then using your next socket quest on that is totally viable as well. There's a broadsword, and this is what I mean, like picking up broadswords, longswords, and stuff. You can a lot of times just find your 4 sockets from that, and then you don't need to use a socket quest on it. You can use your socket quest elsewhere. Hey, Okoi, thank you. Oh gosh, I don't know if I remember that one. Earnestly, what it was titled. Killing every monster in the game. But I've done that a couple times, and I don't know which one was which. Be careful of Sark. He is pretty nasty. And it looks like we don't have a skip here, so we're just going to head back. And we'll just run out again. Can you be Fisher Druid without using Armageddon? Yeah, I mean, I'm not using Armageddon right now. Could if I wanted, and it's like still fine, you know. But you don't have to. Oh, oops, it's actually a $25 Steam gift card this time. For those watching, !VOD. Now, there are souls out here. I have 71 light res, so I feel decently okay. But I also am just going to drop to players 1 because you know what? I'm level 55. I'm in a good spot. I don't need to be players 8 out in the Great Marsh. We can wait till the Flare Jungle. Even though I don't think I'm going to die to souls, it can be just like an okay option. Just a little extra safety. Perfect Tetragon. Whenever you have a gem shrine, remember that's a free upgrade if you have any flawless gems. So you can look at it and say, okay. I'm actually thinking about going for a prismatic amulet. I could look at, you know, some of those crafts and stuff, whatever, but I feel, you know, pretty fine there. What I really want is a prismatic. So what I'm going to look for here is I'm going to look and see what do I need the most of. We have perfect diamonds already. I need a topaz. My topaz feels pretty weak. I don't really have anything else there. We have our amethyst. We have our sapphire. So really we just need topaz, emerald, and or ruby. Ruby, I've actually got 2 flawless. Oops. If I cube these up. So we're pretty close. So it's one of these 2. I'll go ahead and grab the topaz. And we are getting close now. Playing Fire Claw Druid. Bless your heart. Famous gem shrine. That's right. Flawless diamond again. But yeah, it is. I don't think there is something more supportive that the mass could do for free than just have the VOD stream running, just always on a second tab. Like I say, you can just mute the tab. There's Flare Jungle. We'll go players 8. You can mute the tab. You can mute the, or set the player to 1% volume so you don't even really hear it. Just letting that thing roll all day, all night. The most supportive thing you can do. It's crazy, but it's true. I mean, then you can turn the volume up. You don't have to have it. It's just for those that don't want to hear it all the time. While you're playing games, while you're doing whatever. You could change the spirit, sword, and shield to any other rune or unique. Now, what could it be? I mean, I just don't think it should exist. In, like, there's so many things that are just too good about spirit. It's not even about the cost. Like, yes, it is really cheap as well, but compare it to every other shield on the market. The sword's actually, like, a little strong, but at least you know, ramp out of it eventually. The shield is just ungodly good. Nothing is anywhere near close to it. I'll take that, Jeezy. So Flare Jungle is just really good density. Honestly, you can farm the Flare Jungle multiple times if you'd like. Pick up, you know, especially if you're a little bit lower level than I am right now, you can just pick up some more experience here. Fissure just absolutely dominates it. And there's just so many kills to be had. So, even right now, I'm starting to get more towards the like upper end of the experience out here. If we got this as a terror zone once we beat normal, oh my god, it would be so epic. Yeah, I'll probably respec just before Mephisto. But, you know what? I'll wait. A lot of times I recommend it. I'll probably end up waiting until Act 4 of Nightmare just to show a little bit of, like, how you can get through Act 4 with fire, but how much better wind will actually be. And why we do the respec. Spirit Shield makes almost every build shield plus 1 hit. Yeah, I mean, it's too good. Okay, if you are still looking for that bill, this can be a great place to find it. You just run around on players 8 and pop everything. Just all of these racks. There's weapon racks, there's corpses. You'll also find some runes and gems and jewels while you do this, but the lower Kuros is just full of stuff to pop. And once you pop, the fun will eventually stop, but you know, takes a while to stop, which is nice.
Impossible.
Not baskets. I mean, you can click baskets too if you want. Man, amethyst and diamond. I want ruby. And emerald.
I can't carry anymore.
Kill, kill, kill. Do, 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 do. More stuff here. I mean, it's just like so nice. So many things. Also, if you want some cash, great place to pick up some extra cash. Just because you're selling a billion things if you pick them up and stuff. So, a lot of things. How do I not get bored playing the greatest game ever?
Good evening.
Just play the greatest game ever and then you don't get bored. It's actually a pretty decent 108 to mana. Wow. Life tap. Don't need life tap, but nice. All reds 3 with half freeze duration. Yeah, you know what? Sure. We'll take it for now. And good enough. Okay, put these things over here. We'll see if we can get a good ring actually right here. See what we drop. Jet band.
Something about this unusual
Okay.
blade.
Do be careful of dolls down here, or just like high damage of anything. But especially dolls. Nice, silly. That's cool. Dang, Crisis. GG. Sure, we'll go a point in Armageddon. Why not? More flawless diamonds. Grab the brain. Let's go get the ring and see what we get. Hey, Pablo. Disappointing.
Yes?
Yeah, it's not a fun time giving it to you. So many flawless diamonds. So many. Okay, we'll kill Battlemate Serena. She is in the temple in the Cursed Bazaar that faces to the bottom left. Nice. Flawless Ruby is good. Luminescence Tome. And continue with more vitality. space. Rip poison damage. I even noticed the monster names. Who doesn't know all the monster names in this game? Sucks you can't teleport in bear form? I know. You skip the tele staff most times nowadays on your playthrough? Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of personal preference, but like right here, just being able to jump that gap, it's just worth so much to me. On top of being able to use it in dangerous situations. Dang, marks. Still not the worst, but... Okay, we'll go to Trav. I'll go down to players 1. And at this point, respecking over is not a bad idea. You can continue with fire, if so desired. But I think a respec generally here makes a good amount of sense. It's for safety as well as damage purposes. Act 4 is pretty annoying as well. Grab the flail. We'll go ahead and come back because we're going to turn all these things in anyways. Arcadius. So we will shift over to Windy. Make sure you talk 3 times. Get your life potion, get your stats. We can also start keeping up if we want. Oops. I gotta go clear out my shared stash eventually here. Come back in. Swang, swang. Wait for that to pop. I don't know if I'll get 5 whiffs exactly, but we'll at least get a bear. I do, silly. Again, I'm like showing you a little bit of dolls. How you could play it, but we will go into wind very soon, and that'll be the real showcase of it. Oh my gosh, what a map. Nightmare Act 3 is always such a joy with maps. We want to avoid the dolls. You think Druid was the worst class? The big issue is at the very end, he's just like not quite good at anything, like the best at anything. But he's kind of decent at a lot of stuff, so, you know, he's alright. He's just like very middle of the line through everything. Middle of the road. Line. Okay. Not there. Need some fast run rock? You're right, I do. We'll go shop some. And we'll come here. Well, we can try and imbue some first, and then we can chop some if we fail. So here you can see as well that, like, yeah, the damage just isn't great on Mephisto. And it just ends up being very mediocre. So, what is our respec? And that just kind of like is rough from there on a little bit. What is our respec? First, we want to make sure we have enough strength for all of our stuff. So we'll go 47 strength to wear everything else into vitality. Now our respec, we will probably eventually work over towards a bear. For now though, we're just going to work down this path. We'll max Hurricane. We'll max Tornado. And then Cyclone Armor is only, it's seconds per level for Hurricane. But that's actually really nice because right now the duration is 12 seconds.
Just noticed my prime
which is like
sub.
so
Cheers,
miserable.
Llama.
So we will max Cyclone Armor. Thanks, Doctor. And now we have a 46 duration Hurricane, which is a little bit nicer than nothing. Okay, set up our hotkeys. And let me tell you about Cyclone Armor. Cyclone Armor is God tier. It absorbs fire, cold, and lightning damage. And here you can see it absorbs 1,083 damage. That is damage, elemental damage before I take it. So I have to get hit with 1,083 damage of lightning from souls, fire from pit lords, whatever, before I take any damage whatsoever. And if I just recast Cyclone Armor, it resets it to the top. So this is going to be your survivability right here. You never want your Cyclone Armor to be off from this point forward. You always want to make sure that you have that pumping. And when you have that on, you are good to go. And here you can see we have a lot better damage than the fire damage. You just, for lining up your tornadoes, it's all a feel thing. It is not, your resistances are not going to be helping it. So it is the damage coming through before resistances, but that's still 1,000 extra life.
What do you need?
Nothing great there.
What do you need?
Does not help versus physical. It's only the elemental damage you take. They actually did drop the mana cost, I think, on multi-shot a bit. Right? Maybe they didn't on multi-shot. They did on, like, freezing arrow and stuff, though. As to why they didn't ever, like, increase the duration of Hurricane a little bit, I don't know. Like, they definitely have touched on some skills. They just haven't touched on all of them. And again, I've given, you know, my thoughts, and I hope that they do kind of a touch-up. They could do a touch-up on a lot of things. But here you can see, like, just my Hurricane alone will murder stuff. I don't even need to have the damage coming from, you know, my tornadoes. Just the hurricane alone is going to do plenty of damage. At what point would I consider getting a bear? I'd say a bear for hell is when I start to really think about it. Right? I'm just letting my hurricane touch them. We'll stay players 1 because we want to kill Isual. I also have Radamants to do that I promised, so we will go do those very soon. But I want to max Cyclone Armor. Once you max Cyclone Armor, at that point you can kind of decide how much you want to go more into Twister to increase the damage versus how much you want to go into something like a bear for survivability. Tornado is physical damage, Hurricane is cold damage, so you actually have a pretty nice combo here where you're able to kill most mobs with the combination of these two. I mean, we hit hard. It's a lot of physical damage. Yeah, we're level 58. We are very powerful. It's a really good playthrough character. Nova's not the greatest Endario killer, but I would say still probably the best place to get Asunder. And Nova's going to be a little dangerous on many Heralds. Yeah, it's mostly just like towards the end game he starts to fall off a little bit. He's still fine though. Like again, he's not bad. But he just falls off a little bit, and honestly the tornadoes being a little wonky in their directions can also be a little bit like meh for some of the stuff and annoying. But I do think he's actually a really good character for, like, he's probably a little underrated right now. Oh, Kuros, are you serious? That's so good. He's probably a little underrated right now just because he's probably decent in Terror Zones, having this physical and cold damage combo. Like, that's... Because one of the things about the Druid that I used to like about the Druid when I used to play him way back in LOD is you can farm him in a lot of places. So we just found like the best armor ever. So good. So we could either A, use this for ourselves because 20 all res, 50 cold res, cannot be frozen. Life based on character level is godly. Or give it over to the mercenary. And that is a god tier combo for him as well. I'll give it to him for now. Again, my res are great. If we get to hell, we can look at maybe doing something there. If we really want to put it on ourselves, we could. Now, I do like having the FCR right now from stealth and stuff. So... let's take it back. Maybe I'll make a druid. Next ladder. Like, he's really not bad. Like, for terror zones, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, like most terror zones, he does decent in. There's no set date yet for next ladder. But we have BlizzCon early mid-September, so it could be right after that. It could be right before that. My initial instinct thought is that it would be right after BlizzCon. Like, if they're going to give us something, then they would do, you know, the ladder, push it a little bit, and do it right after. But who knows? Is that a Holy Freeze Merce? It is, which is actually a really good combo. I have cold damage, my Merce has Holy Freeze, and so together we're super cold. Because they're actually different slows that stack. So the combination makes everything really, really slow to hit. I mean, I've played Terror Zone to the Druid before. I'm just saying I haven't, like, really built up a character and just, like, gone crazy with it. But here's where it can be annoying, is trying to, you know, figure out how to get something like that. Ugh. Okay, so that's one. Let's go back to normal. We're going to do this Radament, and then we're going to imbue some boots as well. Let's see what we can hit.
Goodbye.
Oh, man.
Bye. Die.
Stop it. Meat in the keyboard. Let's go here.
Impossible.
Perfect. Let's just go like this. All right, so let's grab some boots. Jeed should have some. I don't think I used my Nightmare Imbue yet, right? Hey, what up, Adam?
Greetings from the moon ! I am a baboon.
Don't like that imbue. Jesus. All right, well, 2 failures. That's okay. So, what do? We'll come to Elzix. And we'll do Elzix shopping time. Do this in Nightmare.
Good day.
And we can shop some 40 faster run walk boots. Yeah, we did one respec. Can also get belts, can also get gloves. Though my current gloves are pretty good, and I do like that they have
What you need?
some magic find as well on them.
Good day.
Honestly, not too bad, Happy Puppy. I don't change gear that much.
Welcome to the desert rain.
You can get big life belts here, which is nice. But I also like my belt, so.
Hi there.
20 faster, 30 faster run walk. Let's use these for shopping a little bit more and see if we can get something a little better. And if not, then we'll just move on.
Greetings.
Druid is your favorite character? Wow.
Hello.
Ooh, 30 light res is nice. I wish it had faster run walk.
Welcome to the desert rain.
You have like a reverse list of everyone else, I feel like.
Good day.
We'll check a couple more times. But this is also where I highly recommend spend 5 to 10 minutes.
Hello.
And you can find 27 cold res on gloves right there. That's not bad.
Hi there.
Poor Paladin.
Hello.
But what I really would love to find, it's also not a bad belt, is just some like faster run walk boots with a resistance. These, sell all these. 11 to life, small charm will keep. Repair. We have the 2 extra points. We'll go Cyclone Armor. And so now here's what I'm saying. You can either go Twister for the damage increases right there. Or you can now start working down into a Grizzly Bear to be a little tank. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and work. We can grab an Oak Sage as well. Just walk through. Do I think they'd add like a new damage type in a hypothetical update? That seems way beyond anything that we would see. No. One thing that you'll notice I'm doing is I'm refreshing my Cyclone Armor every, little bit there, every time I kind of get hit. Because I'm invincible to elemental damage so long as I have Cyclone Armor up. Oh, that crit was nasty. 400 life crit. I am on Players 8 right now. That may seem a little dangerous at the moment and may be a little dangerous, so you can decide if you want to be on P8 or P1, whatever at this point. I'll go ahead and go down to P1 actually. 1, because if we do come across Hephaestus, then we want to have him on P1, but additionally just a little survivability. And we'll see what we can snag here. Looks like a Lumrune. You all know what Lumrune means. 420 blaze it. It is time to smoke. Nephlum and a 2 open socket armor for 50 all res. Smoke them if you got them. Nice. Really wish I had FCR rings.
What do you need?
Keep up a few dudes here. Okay, we need one more flawless emerald. And I do have Neff right there. So whenever you find a rune from whatever that's nice like that, you can always just Google that rune. And look at the different rune words that you can make with it. We'll go ahead and go back to Players 8 for Chaos Sanctuary.
Moo.
How's Jason's deli going? Druid looks like he could really enjoy a meal there. Hope everyone is staying cool and gets cookies today.
It's good. We went the other day. Still same old, same old. Cookies do sound good. We'll grab Raven. We can put up our Oak Sage. And keep going Vitality. We'll be Vitality pretty much for the rest of this run. Unless we somehow find some like really sweet thing that we need a little more strength for. And then we'll get down into Bear. And then we'll probably come back and start putting points into Twister after that. Here we're just again recasting everything, making sure that we always maintain that armor, as it's such a crucial part of our survival. Our mercenary too.
I can't carry you.
And continue on. 1, 2, 3. Maybe that's a slightly annoying part of the druid, is you have to like keep putting on your Cyclone armor and your Oak Sage. Ooh, Flawless Emerald, perfect. And get your Hurricane going, and you know, like a lot of re-upping stuff. Oh, I totally agree. here. Even though we have a good shark skin belt, we could still find better. Okay, another point. Get some spirit woofs. If you want, you can have them, but they will die very, very quickly, so kind of whatever. Short-lived tanks. But they can be something. Again, if you just want bodies, you can get some bow bodies. Make sure everything's up. And I mean, this is players 8, you know? Like, we are smoking through right now. Go down to players 1 for Diablo. Mercenary is gonna die, and that's okay. Pretty easy. GG! Nightmare Act 4 all done. Tiamat's Rebuke, kind of fun. Not for us, but you get all the fun procs on it. Trash, trash, trash. And we got the new gloves, Horizon's Hold, which do have some crushing blow and dexterity and life. Again, not so much for our character, but not shabby. More Naragates. Yeah, Tiamat's Rebuke on Kixen. There you go, there's some fun. We also now do have this, so we can wait, get another amulet, and oh wait, where's my topaz? There it is. Actually, this one's good enough. You get one of each gem plus an amulet. Cube it together, you get a prismatic amulet. Now we get 17 all res. And I will swap this 12 fire res ring back on, actually, because my fire res is the only one that's below. Oh, we never grabbed those points. Oops. All right. Well, now we have Mr. Bear. And like I say, if you want, you can do like, make the whole army. But, you know, they'll kind of die pretty quickly. And it's a lot of stuff to constantly get back up. So really, I'm usually just focusing on having the bear. But before an Ancients fight or before something like that, yeah, sure, I can bring them all up, because a lot of times it still is just a body. It takes a hit to kill. So if you're fighting against Ancients, you're fighting against Duriel, you're fighting against whatever, and you just have all of these bodies that take 1 or 2 hits to kill, well, now it takes a little bit more. Yes. Elemental damage from that goes against whatchamacallit, Cyclone armor. It takes 100% of the damage. It applies before resistances. But again, like we said, it's 1,176 damage that is getting absorbed. Which is a crazy amount. And now we're also at the point where if you want to level again, probably not Zigger. We can just come out here on players 8. We can kill. We can repeat. Kill. And you can just level up more. Now, I'm already level 60, so I feel pretty good. Just being where I'm at with it. But there's a white bill. So if we needed that white bill for insight, there we go. We could take that with our socket quest. And now we're also at the point where we can continue putting more points into Bear, just to like bump him up a little bit. Where you can see he gets bonuses of, you know, life per level from points in Summon Direwolf, so you can actually put points there to increase his life more than putting points into him. Now his damage will be weaker, but you're using him more as a tank, so Direwolves can also be the place to put him. Or we can go more points into Twister for more damage. I feel like getting more damage is where we want to be. We are still on players 8. But we can decide, you know, if we want to be players 8 or we want to drop. Druid's really strong at this point. Druid's great at this point. This is definitely like, I mean, playthrough wise, you know, he's just solid in a lot of spots. How would I feel if they added a league mechanic like D2 to D2 like PoE 1? I don't think I'd like it. One of the big problems I feel with PoE, and I enjoy the game, but one of the big problems it has is just bloat. All the seasons have bloated that game up so much. And it's really cool in the short term, but in the long run, it just ends up being, like, problematic. Okay, I don't love this. So we're just going to teleport past it. And yeah. Players 8, maybe a little bit much to deal with all that. I'll go ahead and drop down to P1. Whatever happened to simplicity in life? Yeah. Like one of the again, it's like now versus later. The now feeling of leagues is great. It's exciting. I come back in. There's a new piece of content. Yada, yada, yada. The later issue is...
Moo.
you keep changing the game every time you do it. And you're bloating it up. And there's something to definitely be said for being able to come back to a game, you know, 10 years after you put it down and just be like, oh, yeah. You know, like if I go and play Zelda Ocarina of Time again or something, it's like, oh, yeah, this is what I remember. Okay, so we'll head back here. That's true with so many games. And so even when, like, you know, they're making adjustments and changes to D2, keeping the core of what the game is, when you come back and play it, you're like, this is what I remember, even if it now has a stash tab and stuff. I think it's really important. So whenever I, you know, had talked to the devs, gave notes on things, whatever stuff, I always try and keep that idea. And that's something that the devs I know work on really hard as well. Keeping the feel of Diablo 2 so you never feel like you're coming back to a foreign game. There you go, Darth. It's true, Talon. So many things do become permanent. Nothing there. Okay. We'll take the 10 all res. And we'll go with the big army, because why not? What do you normally use your normal name or Charzik Larzik on? The Larzik usually gets used on a spirit and an insight as the base. However, if I ever find a 4 open socket of one or the other, then a lot of times it ends up shifting and I use it for, you know, maybe I find a Viper Magi, so now I'm adding a socket to that, or I find a Rock Stopper, so I'm putting a socket on that. You know, like, a lot of times you're kind of mixing and matching a little bit. Imbues are almost always boots, gloves, or belt, just depending whichever you need. However, sometimes you will use it on like a wand or a necro head or a sorceress orb or something. You know, if you're like early normal, you might use that. Okay, we got a waypoint down there, so I feel pretty good to move forward. Though I feel pretty good anyways. We are level 61, which is pretty high leveled. I mean, it's like a fine level. It's high level for me, but this is where a lot of people would normally want to be around this point. Okay. Just gonna kind of run past these Death Lords. Don't really feel like fighting all of them. But we can. It's P1. We could kill them with a little bit. Alright. And now make sure you have enough potions. Again, we're a pretty high level here, so we should be pretty okay. The biggest thing I'd be worried about is something crazy like fanaticism, curse, and stuff. Even if they're like cold immune, it's not a big deal. Stone skin would be a little bit annoying. Try and get our tornadoes to actually hit them. And there you go, easy enough. Another point and twister, more vitality. let's keep rolling. Melee splash I would not stomach well. I don't like it. I mean, I've always talked about I wish that we had a charm bag. That'd be a lovely addition if done properly. Ouch. A little bit nasty there. I do think some like skill overhauls and stuff could be done. I'd be down with even some adjustments to like spirit and stuff, but I think a lot of people would get mad if you made spirit worse. Kind of hard to put the cat back in the bag. Yeah, not a charm zone, a legit bag. That is some damage. This guy's hurt. Okay, we'll be very careful here. Like, stuff like touching Enigma, Grief, Spirit, I don't think it's too baked in. Instead, what you probably do is bring some other items up, uniques and whatevers, to rival them. They don't have to always be better, but they can be alternatives. Oh, this one gives a little bit more block. Oh, this one will give you even more energy, you know, whatever. And then you're not like really increasing the power of the game too much because you're not making something better than Spirit, but you're just giving some options. It's true, Iron. What? Wow. What a hit. Okay, well, $17 is nice. But Jesus. We'll take 3 to elemental skills. Yeah. Wow, that's insane. What a drop. Check his PC. Yeah, I mean, I can't not use that, even though it's hardcore, and like, I can't not use that. We can find other ways around.
Salutations.
We'll drop that. Keep the faster run walk. Rip prismatic Yami. It was nice to have you there for a bit, but nothing I can do. My hands are tied. Oh, this is a weird map. Funny. Yeah, plus it's more survivability because it is +3 to Cyclone Armor, which is another like 200 absorb or something. So it's kind of like a 200 to life ammy, but again, pre-resistances. And that's one of the things about this character is you actually can run with slightly worse resistances as long as you're diligent about just keeping your Cyclone armor up. So long as you do that, honestly, it doesn't matter what your res are. That one is a really fun one, Adam, for sure. No, it's just all flat damage you just take until it runs out. Go to the throne. If there's dolls, be careful of the dolls. Otherwise, another point in Twister. Now, one thing that is a little tricky about this class is he's a little bit of a melee range caster because Tornado is so hard to hit. So you will end up taking a little bit more damage sometimes. Or you just have to play a little bit further back and kind of accept that you're not always going to hit your tornadoes. And that's okay. Just try your best to land them. Alright, we'll go players 8 here. Resummon our stuff. Get some tornadoes in the field. Yeah, Mad Max, and they hurt. Sure, we keep recasting our Cyclone armor because there's a lot of elemental damage right here. Tornado pass there. More points in Twister. And here you can see this is a pretty good class overall for leveling on Bale. Doing just the Bale waves for level ups. I think I'm going to go players 5 on wave 5. Lower it down a tiny bit. Pretty good though. I mean, it's gonna be hard to find a better amulet than what we have, man. I tell you what. Make sure your player's 1. Make sure you have all your stuff. And we can jump. Mr. Bale. Look at that damage. That's good. And voila! Just like that. Give yourselves the clap, everybody. Nightmare is complete. And a nice partisan to boot. Pierre Tombal is actually really nice. 55% deadly strike. It's kind of tough because it is more damage. But the attack rating is better over there. The crit strike helps a lot, actually, so it's pretty similar. Yeah, it's not quite enough. It's interesting, though. It's a decent drop. I know it's not better. You just sometimes you want to pretend that it is. Give our mercenary something on the helm. See what we got here. Garbage. And yeah, we're 64, almost 65. Chaos Sanctuary is terrorized, so something we've talked about before. Yeah, a little bit more crit than Insight, exactly. Is, you know, if you want to go do terror zones, they can be handy. We can go players 8. Get to the chaos. You see the terror zone level 66, so it levels up with you, and it's just a nice place to be able to get a little bit extra leveling damage, everything here. We'll resummon some dudes. Make sure we keep our Cyclone armor going up. Feed mercenary with potions. Do all the basics. But very good experience in here. It is a little dangerous being the Chaos Sanctuary and all, but it is only the Nightmare Chaos Sanctuary, so it's not as bad. It's trying to run around like hell. And you can find all sorts of goodies because, again, this is a Terror Zone level 66, which is just pretty solid, you know. And the next one I make will be 67. Actually, it'll be higher because I'm going to get multiple levels in here. So if I spend 10 minutes doing this, we could be up at, you know, level 70 and take that into hell. So for those that, you know, do wonder a little bit, like farming and stuff, this is very much my recommendation. Come into Nightmare. Farm some of these terror zones, farm a little bit of the Bale Waves, farm Eldritch, whatever you want, and you can go to your low to mid 70s if you want to be a little bit safer before heading to hell. Rare amulet? What if it's like +1 druid skills? Be sad. I mean, I just don't think we can ever get off of our ammo that we have. Make sure we're just re-upping all of our stuff. So much experience.
Moo. Wow, totally forgot about my Prime sub and it didn't renew automatically.
What?
Good thing the Talking Llama is constantly reminding chat to check that they have used their Prime sub.
Smart.
On a side note, anyone else concerned about watching a Talking Llama for entertainment?
There's worse things to watch. At least it's not like one of the degen streamers. Come on, we've all watched worse than a talking llama. played slots in lower cross the other day. That is fair. It's kind of degen.
He's actually a talking camel dressed up as a talking llama dressed up as a human.
It's a lot of layers. Kill some baddies. Yeah, I mean, look at all the levels we just gained. 2.5 levels gained right there.
Impossible.
So, that is part Nightmare. Let's just take a look at where we ended up. We're at 48 strength here. Really 47, whatever, just to wear our gear. Everything else in Vitality. Max, max, max. Starting to max Twister. And 1 point down in each of these. And again, if you want to be boosting up your bear, you can be putting more points into the bear itself, which will increase his damage. Or you can put more points into Direwolf, which actually increases his life a little bit more. So, kind of a couple options. For our gear right now, we have Spirit, we have Ancient's Pledge, we have Lore, pretty standard. I mean, I got nothing to say on that. We got Stealth. We have some res and MF. We have some res. We have some res, a little bit of life. Not a great ring here. Definitely need a replacement. And just some basic boots that we farmed or shopped. Nothing super great on the charms either. Definitely could be better there. Our mercenary, we did find a Duriel shell, which is really nice. You can also see our resistances are not amazing right now. So if you want, you could definitely say, I'm going to run this instead and run the Duriel shell yourself instead of this for a little more safety. However, we do have a Neff Lum, so we can make smoke, so we can just do that instead. We also have an Insight, and then I don't have anything for a helm for him yet. We're on the 48 breakpoint right now, or 46, whichever one it is. 46 and then 68. That's really nice. 16 all res, 26 light res. But I've got 3 elemental skills. We're not getting rid of that. So we can actually go do that right now. We'll go to Nightmare.
What you need?
We'll grab the armor. Just shop a 2-socket non-blue armor. Make sure it's gray. There we go. And Neff Lum. We make smoke. And now our resistances are looking a lot better. Now, the one issue is we are only on the 30 FCR breakpoint. I would like to get up one more. So I could drop some res and go with dual FCR, and I may end up doing that. Where'd that second FCR ring go? There it is. So I got 2 FCR rings. I'd be losing 32 res for it overall, but smoke was a big gain on it. I think it's worth it. We can also try and craft a caster belt, and then maybe we only have to use 1. So we can look up caster belt D2R.
Good day.
And for a caster belt we need, I mean, it would be losing 26 cold res. That's not as bad. Ithrune. Plus a perfect amethyst. Plus a random jewel. Plus a belt. I want to find like a blue shark skin. So let's actually go to Nightmare. And we'll just look at Elzix until we can find a shark skin belt.
Welcome to the desert rain.
93 life belt. That's really nice. We can also look at boots, see if we can find slightly better boots.
Good day.
There's a shark skin belt right there. Put it all together, cube it up, and hey, look at that. We actually get a little bit of res in return. So we do drop some res and a little bit of stuff, but it gets us to 39. And so we can drop one of these rings. And then put on our 20 to light res. Yeah, and that's looking pretty decent. Plus, of course, we have Cyclone Armor, which is big. So that is part Nightmare. Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. I hope that you're still alive, and I'll see you guys in part Hell. Peace. All right. Let's do part Hell. Let me eat some green beans. Gotta get your veggies in. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcomes you.
Save that for later. If you had a percent completion of Llama RPG, how far do you think it is? I mean, I keep working on it. There's so much to do. It's crazy how much there's to do. Right now, I've been just like building out the full parts of the act. I had the outsides of the acts before. Now I'm building all the like stores and everything inside, all the little houses that you go into, making all those rooms, building out like the little castle, building out just whatever. I'm trying to build out all the insides. Then I'll finish building out all the dungeons. And then we'll have the entire map. But we have a lot of systems in place. I just got all the profession system done. Needs to be tested, but like it's all like pretty well built. We have questing in there, and that's pretty solid right now. The combat's pretty good looking. Like I mean, it's cooking. I don't know exactly, what the percent completion is, but we're cooking it. Music is done. Just yeah. So we cooking. Okay, let's do part Hell. Making progress. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today we're continuing our Hell Hardcore Druid Guided playthrough. This is the Elemental Druid. Part Normal and Nightmare were pretty smooth. We started out Fire, we switched over into Wind, we got a couple sweet drops, and we are ready to continue. So let's take a look where we're at, and then we'll move forward. I have enough strength for gear, everything else is vitality. We are max, a little bit here, and I have got a point down into Summon Grizzly. I may end up putting a few points into Direwolf as well later on, just to boost the life of our Grizzly, keep our Grizzly alive a little bit more. Our gear is Spirit, Lore, these are plus skills. 3 to Elemental, Druid skill, Zami that we found, which is just God tier. Ancient's Pledge for survivability, Smoke for survivability, just a lot of resistances, about 100 res between these two pieces. A little bit of res here, lightning res here. We made this caster belt so we could mix in 1 FCR ring and be able to hit our 46 breakpoint. And then 40 fast run walk. Then some random charms. And of course our teleport staff. Mercenaries got Duriel Shell, insight and nothing up top. He does need some life leech, so if I could find one more soul, I guess I need soul and an IO rune, then we could get him something nice up there. So let's go ahead and move into hell. I'm on players 8 right now. Main reason is we can kill stuff out here. I will probably avoid like zombies that are too nasty or most all quill rats. But we can fight all the fallens if we want and get a little leveling there. If you want to level more like this right here, we're just going to avoid all that. It's just like too nasty. If you want to be on players 1, you can be on players 1. Kind of all up to you. Hey, Shaya. How you doing? We'll go down to players 1 for here. We can also get our summons out. Don't need all the summons, but again, sometimes it's just fun to summon 5,000 things. Have a bunch of bodies all over the place.
This is where evil hides.
Get some good damage here. We'll just aim for the quick plus skill, and then also respecs. I try not to use too many respecs during guided playthroughs. So far we've used 1, but I try and save up a couple in case you want to respec into a different character or class, like style, because you just don't like the build that you have, or you mess up your build and you need to, you know, I need more of XYZ. So we try and keep them easy there for you. Immerse with Midor would be good with the summons. I'm not, since my summons are all pretty bad, the Midor is pretty irrelevant. Now, it does increase his damage, which can be nice. But otherwise, and he's probably gonna die. I mean, I'm feeding him potions and stuff, but he's gonna die in hell an okay amount. Mostly because he doesn't have any life leech. It's pretty important to be able to get him life leech. So this is the unfortunate part, again, of not having like a bulwark or something, or a undead crown, whatever. Nothing to give life leech there. It does make it just a little bit worse. But we can try and keep him alive, feeding him potions using shift and 2 monsters remaining. What? Wait, how did I miss 2 monsters? I just missed a whole zombie straight up right there, huh? Okay.
Is that all of them?
I mean, if you can get 4, 5, 6% life leech, that's usually solid enough. Another point and twister. No, you need the life leech. Just having like a blinding or whatever is not enough. He needs a way to gain the life and sustain. How is shapeshifting druid like? What's the build? I mean, I've done a shapeshifting druid playthrough before. It's a little rough, for sure. You're generally running fury druid. Try and just kill these guys from afar if we can. We got a nice line on our tornadoes there, which is helpful. Free Druid shreds declone. He will be very good against declone. 30 to life is nice. I think the 15 to life has worn out its welcome. For a Grand Charm, it's a little bit weak. Mercenaries Holy Freeze Order is so good. Yeah, like I said, we have the double duty. Whereas I bring the cold with my Hurricane. He brings the freeze slow with his Holy Freeze. And it's actually two separate stackable slows. So, between the two of us, anything, it just gets so slowed. So we can really do decently well together. One of the tougher issues is when there's like archers that are, you know, a little bit out of the range of both of us. Can be a little nasty. Hey, you know all about a double duty Denali, huh? Yeah, it's great crowd control. You think I'm talking about the kids. Talking about the Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett 1-2 punch y'all had going. It's okay. Y'all have... Wait. Who's starting for you this year? It's not Brissett again, is it? Oh, so y'all just go in full tank mode. Tank for Jeremiah. Then Beck. Hey, I like Beck. I think Beck's a solid pickup. I think he'll actually be a good quarterback in the NFL. My daughter does double duty. Yeah. You didn't think a baby could do that? Oh, they can do it. My daughter had a tummy bug last week, the littlest. We're talking quadruple duty in like 20 minutes. If you want to do the tower, this character has plenty of towering potential. I know, you just feel terrible. D2R stream or dad stream? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I mean, look, I'm a D2R streamer, but I'm also a dad 24/7, you know? So definitely a decent towering character. The biggest issue you have to watch out for, of course, is the archers. But otherwise, the physical cold combination can take out pretty much anybody here. Those are our damage types, of course, because we do physical and cold damage. Sure, Cyclone armor stays on. Did you really just shut the door for your kid? What? Oh my god. Moo Girl had it taken care of. It was... Why is that clip? Oh yeah, if you do run into ghosts, you can either avoid them or you can just let your hurricane take care of them. Now, Might or a ghost, I'm probably just going to move forward. But it is some options for you. Darce chilling right under me. There's some archers. Again, a little bit annoying, but not too bad. We'll grab Twister. What are you doing to us, map? How do you want to run? I like this. Yeah, she's doing well. Okay, and make sure your player is 1 for Countess. Just to get the most runes out of her. Remember, she can drop up to low rune, but her special drop is up to Ist rune. So if you want Ist rune or anything below that, this is going to be your best place to farm. And there's a lot of great things that are somewhere in that range, right? Up to Ist, there's a lot of decent rune words that you can get. 18 to life is grand. Another little faster run walk charm. A lot of faster run walk there. Road back to 1500. You know it. We'll actually do this and we'll do this. Go ahead and run 2 sets of rejuves. Oops. Oh my god. And we can continue forward. For me, I'm like, yeah, we're good enough. I don't need to continue here, but if you want to continue here, you can. Is there any other druid spec that can compete with the Wind Druid in Reign of the Warlock? I mean, again, Fury Druid, like, is better. You know, it's good, really good for Ubers and stuff. But without teleport, it kind of falls short. And it's kind of the only other one that has any chance to really compete well. We'll do some tornado casting and stepping as we go. We'll recast some things. Rabies Druid is fun, but then it drops off. How many rounds should it take to drop an Ist rune? What's the drop rate for an Ist rune? Like 1 in 300 or something? Korats are so nasty, man. So not terrible. Maybe even slightly better. But all along the way you can get runes and Mal runes and all sorts of other runes, lems and poles, fouls, coes. And you can make hustles and you can make goodies, goodies, and more goodies. Alright, we have one more chance to imbue some boots into something nice. true, meanwhile. Wolf Druid's good at stacking Crushing Blow. Like I say, great for Ubers. But dang, Waldo, that is amazing.
Bars can't hold a force of nature.
Better than I've ever found. Ooh, Conviction Aura. Again, not the worst thing because we do have our Cyclone Armor. But still scary. And, you know, one thing that you will note is how I'm constantly casting from afar and just trying to hit stuff with tornadoes. It's not always going to work. Right? Tornadoes just have minds of their own. But I don't really want to dive all up on top of everything. So I just try and hit them from afar. If the tornadoes connect, cool. If not, a lot of times they'll hit some of the minions or something else. But it's just a way to keep safer. See what it is. 29 all res, not bad. Ooh, Might Aura there. I don't even know who's given the Might Aura. It's all good. Go to level 3. You can't find anything above a low from Countess herself directly. However, some of the other, you know, mobs and stuff can't drop, so. Nice and simple. It's definitely how it feels, Denali. And just keep picking up a bunch of full rejuves. Just super helpful to have. And I'm moving forward in a way where I am killing a lot of stuff, and this is where, again, you have to decide, like, how much do you want to kill versus how much do you want to just teleport through. We could always just teleport through more things. It's a little bit less safe, whereas if we're just killing and grooving and moving, then we're doing fine. Now, Hell and Dariel is one of the best places to farm in Diablo 2. So if you want to go farm a little bit here, definitely recommended. There's a lot of items that you could find here. Could be helpful. And that one's kind of all up to you, including stuff like Shaco. But that's just like What's your appetite for farming a little bit? Those are all decent ones, too. Would you recommend editing your local time to farm, TZ Andy? No. I'm not someone who recommends editing your time to farm. But that's just me. Especially because there's shards now, so you can honestly save up some shards and terrorize her a few times in a row if you want and stuff, but I got a family and work life. Yeah, and you know, like, that's fine. I understand why some people would. We're going to make sure we're players 1. We're probably going to lose our mercenary here, but maybe not. Demon Hide Sash. Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe sack a little res to gain some physical DR. Probably worth it. Yeah, I can't get a good hit from my tornadoes anyways. They're all over the place right now. So that poison attack is the deadly part that you really want to avoid. So be a little bit careful. We also have this curse, which is annoying. Nope, those aren't hitting either. It's hard to fight bosses when your tornadoes don't hit. There we go. Little spicy. Not too bad, but either way, GG. Act 1 is complete.
Greetings.
We'll continue. Level 69. More Twister, more Vitality. And we get only a 10% PDR. It's a tough one. So to wear this, I would need to drop my 20 lightning res, which isn't as important because I do have cyclone armor. Okay, I think I'll do it. Where'd that ring go? There it is. I think I will do it. Go there. Put you away. Put you on. Put you there. That's nice. Give that to the mercenary. Angelic.
I'll put that to good use.
94 to life. That's nice. And let's try, we're in Act 2 here. Let's try one more time. Imbuing some boots.
Yes.
Good day.
Third time's the charm. You're so bad. Not today. It's a very tiny charm. Yeah, I was too. It's okay. Okay, let's see what we can do out here. Mostly just gonna push towards Duriel. I mean, again, we're a pretty good level. So, mostly want to just move forward. But, if you do want to level up some, I mean, leveling out in these outer areas is not bad at all. There's definitely a decent amount of experience and a decent number of boss groups that can work out. And you can increase player counts and everything. What do I think about uniques that can modify skills like tornado, seek enemies, firewalls, and circle? I mean, that's just kind of like Diablo 4, isn't it? I feel like the problem with uniques that modify abilities is, one, they become even more class specific, which is more like the modern ARPG. But two, a lot of times they become like a necessary thing. It's like you really would have to be super careful in how you design them to not be necessary. Like you say, firewall is a circle. Like, a lot of stuff in Diablo 2 is just not great, and kind of okay that it's not great, if I say so. Like, it needs to be a little bit not always the best, and something that you can just meme around on and stuff. But yeah, you don't want to have it be something that is like even more required, because then exactly what James says, it makes it even there to be even fewer gear choices. Let's say that there's a spell that makes Nova also cast static whenever you cast it. Let's just bring an example of one that would be too good. Well, now that piece of gear is always required. So now you have even fewer gear choices because you always have to use that piece of gear, right? We don't need more of that. We already have that with like Enigma and stuff. What if it's a crafted recipe? So you're crafting it onto a piece of gear? I mean, now you're just buffing all the gear. Does it just become a required thing? I don't know. To me, it starts to go into the realm of like doing too much.
Strange. Unexpected glimpse.
The effects have to be like... It's just straight power creep if it doesn't affect the pool itself. So in general, I feel like effects of things like that have to be so tame that it's really just more like a fun thing. Right, a little bit case in point, look what happened to like the martial arts assassin once Mosaic came out and altered how charges work. Just kind of did too much, right? So yeah, if you're adding any of that stuff, it's got to be just like a lot of flavor. You're just like, you could, you know, there's a bunch of options and they don't really do a lot, but they do a little. Like, maybe there's something that's like, whenever you cast Blizzard, you have a 5% chance to also have your frozen armor get cast or something. Okay, so now it like saves you having to refresh your frozen armor. And not too crazy. Something like that, right? Like it's very minimal. But it's nothing where you're like, well, if I don't have this craft, then I can't, the build doesn't work, or the build is so inferior. Claw Viper Temple is going to be a little bit nasty because all of the snakes are going to be cold immune. So we do have to just watch, ouch, a little bit for that. They also have a nasty charge that can do a lot of physical damage. So just being extra careful in here and not going too quickly. How about roguelike aspects? When you earn a champion and patriarch titles, your tune gets a random permanent power. And again, it just doesn't feel enough like Diablo 2 when you say stuff like that to me. I feel like I'd rather, 99 just be like, or your matriarch or patriarch title. Just be, you get a little glowing skin, whatever. This is true, Rick Dior. Dude, he's getting pummeled. This map loves to be a wraparound map, I tell you what. A little spicy. Now for you, as always, go as fast or as slow as you want. And as fast or as slow as you're comfortable. Now we're talking, Resh. Okay, let's go find the maggot lair. Oh wait, we already found it, okay. This is my fastest guided hell video? No. This is also where I really like having telestaff because I don't really want to fight with tornadoes in here. And also just like trying to deal with beetles and stuff, or really, you know, if you run into some really strong things, it can be super annoying. So, again, be safe. Get your stuff up. Drop the staff on the ground. No, I've got the amulet right there. Level 2. Level 3. And the staff of keys.
Greetings.
Perfect. Keep going. Arcane Sanctuary can also be a little bit annoying. Yeah, exactly, Gordon. Just because you will have ghosts that are physical immune, so this can also be an area where just teleporting through is gonna be a little bit more of something you want to do. Now, your hurricane should be strong enough that you can slowly deal with them. Right? And you've got all your summons as well and stuff to tank while you do. So we're cursed. We'll go ahead and knock it off really quick. Repair the tele staff. Get our stuff. And move forward. So like right here, for instance, these specters are physical immune, but like I say, our cold damage is going to be enough that we can slowly kill them if you do wish to kill them. If you don't, then you can telepast. Easy as that. Llama loves to quickly move things to hide them from chat. I mean, nah, I just move things quickly because I'm just used to moving things quickly. It's never intentional to hide things from you guys. I always just figure you guys can see my screen. You can see everything that I'm doing. Fire Druid can't beat Hell. Fire Druid can beat Hell, it's just a little bit harder. The Wind Druid's a little bit safer. And a little bit more powerful for just like the playthrough, but do I have a martial sin guide planned for the future? We just did an elemental martial arts assassin. Like, should be up on YouTube last week, maybe? Fourth way.
Good day.
It is an honor to serve you.
2 to summoning skills. It's not bad, honestly. You don't have to kill the summoner. And we have circle. Remember, circle is far left. Then moon. Then square. Then star or sun. Double down triangle. Double down arrow. Triangle. Circle over moon. So you're left to right. And sometimes you just get a freebie. Shows you right where to go. Okay, we'll drink some of these. Remember, each one is 50 cold res for 30 seconds. Give some to Pratham as well. We'll get all of our summons up. Custurial's a little slow to kill summons. Make sure we're on players 1. We can keep recasting some of the woofs for him. Nice and easy. Voila. Act 2 of Hell completed. Was there a time cap for the potions? I don't believe so. Wow, 42 all res, 70 fire res. That's nice.
Diablo, I will find you yet.
Oh yeah, I have a review video thing I was gonna put up. Wow, look at that. It's like the closest we've come. 20 IAS, 90 ADD, Fool's Mod, and repairs durability. Bump that ED up. Make it ethereal. That thing tried, man. Actually, a lot of really good rolls. Respect to shapeshift with that mace? No. Okay, Act 3. Shouldn't be too bad, honestly, on this character. There's a lot of weak mobs like these Cloud Stalkers and stuff, and since we don't do lightning damage, it's not an issue for us. So you can just kind of like move through. All the demons will also die quickly. The biggest issue will be the big like thorny dudes. And then obviously we have to be careful about spooters. So we've got Sark the Burning coming up right here in the cavern. So let's go say hello. And we want to be careful with that. Try and be careful where we land our jump at. If we can't avoid him, that's best. Looks like he is going to be physical immune, which I don't love. So we'll jump him here again and jump away and just ignore him because he's physical immune and that's most of our damage. And honestly, I just don't care to deal with him. Let's go drink a well. Set my loot filter so it shows just ethereal rare weapons. No, because there's not a way to... They tried to keep the loot filter true to the game, and in the game you can't tell if an item is ethereal until you pick it up. So there's no way to set an item to just be looking for ethereals. Right there. I don't know, Iron. Definitely something in the 4s. 438 or something like that. But, you know, I didn't have anything else, really. Would an Act 3 enchantments be useful? No, because I'm not really a summoner. All these summons are just bodies. So their whole purpose is just to body block and, like, be in the way. Okay, nice. Love to see this. We'll exit through. And hopefully this leads us right to the flare. Ooh, it cuts left.
Looks like change.
Probably Great Marsh, actually. Alright, well, we have the waypoint by the Great Marsh. Let's go take a look forward. So I'm not feeling very hopeful about this. Nothing there. I mean, it's just, the thought is, if you streamline every single theme, if you streamline every single thing in Diablo 2 and make it all too nice and too easy, then it becomes too much. I believe that is their thought process. Sweet. Okay, so we do actually get a flare jungle. I did not expect that to cut back and then go up. Kind of strange, actually. Flare jungle, we could let's give a try on players 8. Let's see how it does. Hopefully I don't die and regret it, right? Players 8 is a little bit nasty for sure. I don't love that we have shooters out here. They're going to make this a little bit worse. But if I didn't have shooters, I think I would actually continue. But all the shooters is just like too much poison, and then you got all the poison damage coming in and stuff. So we'll just go back to P1. But definitely possible and a decent spot for leveling up. Yeah, here's P8 right here. Just a little too much because we just have too much chip damage coming in. So back to P1. Yeah, a little flat damage reduction would be nice here. Which our mercenary has. As he dies. Go back. It's okay. Okay, we got some champion shooters. And, you know, like in cases like that, I was cursed, I was poisoned, I didn't have as much life as I wanted, my mercenary was dead. Feel free in hardcore to just relax and take your time. Not everything has to be a speed run. A lot of times, you just want to just get there, right? You just want to get to the finish line. So you can ease your way a little bit more through. Because as I've said before, no matter how long it's going to take to do something, it's going to take longer to rebuild your entire character. So be safe. And it's not to say you'll never ever die. Because you know what? There's times where you're just going to die. And I'm sure there's going to be a time where I'm going to die doing this. And that's going to be sad. But it'll be okay. It's just the way she goes. Let's grab the waypoint. Be safe as you walk around cursed. I mean, the thing is, you're always going to be cursed a little bit somehow. Oh my god. Dude, Ormus and Charcy hate druids. Wow. Some people run around with Twister instead of Tornado for the stun. Yeah, but the damage is just so low on it. It can just be really rough. It is possible though. Like you're saying, you can just use your twisters. And just like, it does add a layer of safety in that you get to stun the stuff. But it's only a 0.4 second stun. Not allowed to die. Look, I mean, I'm going to try not to, and so far we're 5 for 5 on characters not dying. If we can get through this, it'd be 6 for 6. But, you know, like I say, there's a gem shrine if we want it. With that boss group there, I will decline it. We'll just go here. Wait, what? No, I'm saying 5 for 5 on my hardcore characters not dying on the guided playthroughs. Goodbye Leaf, goodbye Shockwave. Alright, back to the flare. Like I say, it'll eventually happen. Just, it's bound to. If I do 30 hardcore guided playthroughs, you're bound to see at least a couple deaths, because there's just going to be some times where you jump a gap and then you get crit by a fanaticism, extra strong Deathlord pack or something, you know, like. Agreed, Ryan. Like I say, these guys are kind of annoying to fight. so we just won't. Now, Hell, players 8 lower crossed. Great place to grab a waypoint. Lots of farming you can do here, and again, bases and goodies of all sorts can be found there. You can also look for Battle-Made Serena out here in the tower temple facing the bottom left. Oh yeah, that was a rough one. Before we go down, we'll build up our army, because sometimes you go down here and there's just like a bunch of stuff. We'll be cold immune, but that's okay. We have our tornadoes. And hopefully they will connect. There we go. For a 3 open socket death mass, just as a, you know, potential to make a bulwark for our mercenary. Our merc has actually survived pretty well for not having life leech. I'm very impressed with him. Perfect arc. Druid isn't gear dependent. No need to farm for gear, just for levels. I mean, levels definitely help, but you can see we're almost, you know, we have 8 more levels until farming levels won't improve our damage there anymore, and at that point the gear will be the next boost. However, you know, more levels is still more survivability. More levels is more, you know, being able to like increase your summon grizzly or something, and blah, blah, blah. So now we have dolls down here, and I don't really want to deal with dolls, so we are definitely just teleporting past. And I'm even okay with my hurricane dropping off, because I don't even want my hurricane to like chip away at them and blow them up. We are anti-doll damage. Let our mercenary deal with them if he wants. That is... And I've had a lot of weird chest spawn locations lately. So many inner maps. Got dolls right there. Again, no interest. Yeah, save and exit. Doing the does like a 1 frame advancement in Resurrected. Okay, that's a lot of lightning damage right there. Try and be careful. Avoid it and move forward. Take some dudes off. Make sure we re-up all of our stuff. And Travancore will get the waypoint, because you never know when you need to just save quit. Additionally, a lot of times it can be useful for like opening a portal and then going back to the waypoint, so you can split them up. Yeah, I've had it happen like 2 or 3 times where I've lost a character on a save and exit. We'll just kill these guys right now. Our mercenary is probably gonna die. And right here, this is actually a good example of, you know, there's a lot of stuff that ended up kind of spawning around. So what we're gonna do instead is try and clear it out slowly. Play a little bit safer. And then we can go back in. There's also Conviction Aura up there, which is pretty deadly actually. So our mercenary will die with Conviction Aura being right there. It's okay. And this is one that we could consider resetting if we wanted because of that Conviction Aura, or we can just be a little safe. Again, I'm getting hit by these Hydras over and over again, so it's pretty important that I make sure I'm re-upping my Cyclone Armor over and over again. The second that falls off, things get dangerous. It's also good to just have them separate out a little bit so you're not fighting all of them at once. So you can just fight one boss at a time. There we go. Come back in. If you want to spend the time clearing them a little bit more as well, you can. Oh my god. What? I promise. I promise I'm not hacking. My god. More vitality. More twister. Repair our telestaff. That's crazy. Why do we sell it? Because we got the +3. Okay. More vitality, more life. 999 life. Go ahead and grab all of our stuff. I mean, you never find that in a speedrun. That's crazy. Wow, binary. If it's blue, yes, Dougie. Okay, we'll go through. We'll try and be careful of all of that. Wow, they picked off a lot of dudes quickly. 1 to Abyss, 2 to Enhanced Entropy. Not a bad book, actually.
Thanks.
Dolls, man.
Moo. Stealing some non-hack luck from Blizzard's A6 advisor.
Thanks, From. Don't be afraid to use your rejuves. That's why you got them. And again, I don't really want to like fight dolls though. This is not a great character for dolls. Not a great dolls character. Okay, it doesn't look like we have dolls in level 2, which is nice. Can also, of course, grab the waypoint here for a little extra farming if you wish to farm Mephisto. We'll leave the Fire Shrine alone. Make sure we're on players 1. And similar idea, we can just get up a lot of guys here. Make sure our Cyclone armor is always on.
Fisto's hatred was
Pretty easy overall. GG. We can check the super chest back here. Oh, it's locked. People are always like, why don't you check it? Waste all that time running up there for a locked one.
What do you need?
Want a pally skills, some grimoires, a little fool's mod. Not too shabby though. Just like that, Act 3 is done.
not here.
No, I don't think it needs to be half the default inventory. I think it just needs to be a separate one that can only take charms. Let's continue into Act 4. Stick on P1 still right now. If there are souls out here, this is somewhere that, again, we only have 51 light res, but we are a druid. Okay, there's not souls for us. So we have Cyclone armor. And as long as you're just spamming your Cyclone armor out, you will be okay. So, kind of up to you. It's also hardcore, and that's also a chance you don't have to take. So that's where you kind of just make that decision. What are you feeling? Do you feel like, yeah, you know what, I'm keeping it up a decent amount. I can keep it up for a couple of minutes. No problem. Or if not, then go ahead and bounce out of there and try again later, you know? Again, just all personal preference. I mean, I don't think you should lose half your inventory. It'd still be better than what we have now, but as soon as that lightning hits, spam that Cyclone armor. Pretty much, like, whenever that happens, I'm just casting Cyclone armor between every single time that I get shot with lightning. It's like a stutter step, but instead of casting a tornado, I'm just casting Cyclone armor. We're just slowly chugging right now. Getting all our stuff. Fighting some bosses as we come across them. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, for the first time binary. Go ahead and take the curse off, why not? And let's go find Mr. Isual. Because he's pretty easy to find and beat here. There we go. tornadoes would connect with them, it'd really be easy. There we go. Okay, level up. With, or not level up, but 2 more skill points. A bit more damage. We want to go to the waypoint.
I have no pity for him. Oblivion is his reward.
Yeah, they one-shot all of us, Zach. Let's just go ahead and get to the chaos. Poison and cold reds are meh. I mean, they're pretty decent still. Remember, if you ever want to just like stack up a bunch of poison and cold reds, you can just literally come over here and just chug potions and just get minutes and minutes and minutes of it. 30 seconds each one. Okay, let's get you. Let's get all of our dudes up.
What do you need?
Perfect. Alright, and let's go chaos and keep going. Now chaos as well, you can decide, do you want to slow jam going through it, or do you want to telly and get in? And kind of personal comfort levels here. And I'm still not even blind tellying, I'm still teleporting like safely, you know. Where I can have a little vision and see, make sure I'm not just immediately jumping to death.
Move. Hi, Llama.
Something that's still important overall, thank you Spring Ghost, is to clear out a space. So now I know I have all of this space that is empty and safe. Go to T1 sub. Back. So if I ever need to retreat, I can always retreat back there. Otherwise, we just keep going here. Recasting the Cyclone armor and the Hurricane. You just want to keep those bad boys up for hours. Get some tornadoes going. And try and keep our mercenary alive for this, but he's probably gonna die. And there's Infector. Aww. Oh, see, my Cyclone armor fell off for half of a second. But also here is where we're showing the power of being able to drag back to a safe space. I knew that I wasn't going to get surrounded when I was kiting back because I had cleared that area. And so that is just so important in the Chaos Sanctuary to make sure that you're doing. Grab this. Grab a little more there. Back out. Armor's having a tough run of the chaos here. We're gonna be careful. That fanaticism aura is pretty nasty. So make sure that you're keeping your bear just in front. Keeping him alive. Now we can go fight Sace. 3 to Hurricane. Nice. It's just an Ancient's Pledge. Easy. I'll leave my mercenary because we're about to fight Diablo, and my Diablo is just going to kill my mercenary anyways. Not a big deal. Alright, we'll grab him. Because you know what? Maybe with all of everybody together, Diablo will focus on the other guys and won't get the mercenary.
What do you need?
We have the money, so it's not a big deal. Tornadoes down there, and beautiful. Alright, so let's make sure we're on players 1. Make sure we re-up all our stuff. Nope. Okay, he got him. Just barely caught him in the corner. Bear will be enough of a tank here to just make Diablo focus on the bear. And just like that, congratulations, Act 4 of Hell is done. Not bad, Helm.
Greetings.
Get some of the money back.
Hail to you, champion.
Let's go to Act 5. Now we are entering a very dangerous area. The Bloody Foothills is a lot of ranged units. So do be careful out here. I think the reason it ends up being so deadly is a lot of people write it off because they're like, I just got out of the chaos. I'm godly now. And then they come out here and there's skeleton archers and slingers and demon imps. And they're just like, just from all over. Now, we didn't get too bad of a spawn here, and that's always the thing. You can always reset until you get a better spawn. 100%. Reset till you get these enslaved and stuff, and it's just like not as dangerous. A little spicy right there. Come up here and kill this. Kill Shank. Killing Shank will decrease the cost of potions in Act 5 in half. They're actually double the price to start. As well as, of course, give you the socket quest, which you can use on whatever you want. Maybe we could use it on our Duriel Shell for our mercenary if we wanted, you know. Or just save it for later. Another point twister, more right here as well. If you want to do a little leveling, while these guys are cold immune, they're not physical immune. So you can actually level up a little bit doing Eldritch runs. You can increase the player count and do that. However, I'm level 72. I feel pretty good. I feel like we can just move forward. Do have some archers. Careful of the Might Aura. Bum, bum, bum. Go ahead and take the curse off with the shrine. And for a lot of this, you know, I'm just going to telly through, but again, like, go at the speed that you want. If you want to slow kill your way through it, all of it, you totally can. Yeah, I think that's a good summary. The Druid does a moderate amount of damage and is moderately tanky. That's about how I would describe him as well. Okay, now Assailants definitely could be a little nasty. Maybe we'll take it a little slower through this area. We also have some archers, which I don't love. really just try and boss group. Try and get here safely. And you know, I also have that waypoint near the front of it, so worst case scenario, I have to save quit here, and it's totally fine. Right. Go back to that waypoint. No harm, no foul. Don't love snakes either. A lot of cold immunes here, which is a little bit annoying. Everything's just going to be cold immune, so unfortunately not our favorite. But if we slow play it through, and especially having all the bodies that we have, we can do alright here and make it. Looks like we'll get the exit. Let's go find a waypoint. Oh my god, binary. You tried hardcore SSF Wolf Druid twice and died in Hell Act 3 both times. I mean, hardcore isn't easy. It is very deadly. There are a lot of deadly things. Like... Okay. If there's souls, you know the drill. Recast, 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 recast. With these guys, we can actually cast the bear on the opposite side of them. Kind of try and like draw some of the fire away. Because that is a lot of damage actually coming in. Good lord. Good lord. Okay. Yeah, the witches can hit pretty hard. So get to a space that's a little bit safer. Some bodies in there, and then we just let the bodies hit the floor. This is on players 1. No reason to be players 8 on this point. Like, players 8 is when you want to farm some spots, but here, fine enough. Back to Frozen Tundra and continue forward. Oh wait, did I save on ya? For some reason, I feel like did I not get the scroll? Talk to Mala for your reward. Don't forget that. 10 all res. Take the best part. So, I disagree with you here, Seattle. But we all have our own thoughts on it. I think a charm bag in a playthrough would be a terrible idea. Which is why I don't think a charm bag, if they make one ever, I would want it to be after hell or like whatever, right? Because during a playthrough, I'm actually considering charms. Ooh, this charm is 15 to life grand charm. Is that worth the space? And that is a meaningful decision that is made, and I really love. The problem is, once you get beyond hell and you get to endgame, the choice goes away. You always have to play for more power, for more MF, for more whatever. You never don't. And it's kind of like a failed experiment at that point. The choice should be meaningful in that you actually are considering one or the other, but especially because you can get like plus magic find and your clear speed and stuff matters on it. It just doesn't make sense to leave the open space. So instead, you're left with always being forced to play like that. Oh god. And that was terrifying. Having your cube for your inventory. And it's just a really dumb, like, way that it works. It ends up being a quality of life versus power, and you always get forced down this power line, and it's just not, it just isn't great. So I think having a charm bag is good. You're still making the choices in the playthrough, and then in the end game, now you're deciding which charms am I keeping of the charms. Because at that point, you're going to have enough charms that you fill up all the charms. So now you get a meaningful decision there, while still being able to actually go pick up items. I think that ends up being better overall, personally. That's my opinion. That's how I would do it. I am not the developer of Diablo 2, though, so, you know, if they ever decide to do it, they'll do it in their own way.
At last, the summit of Mount Ariat.
Okay. For here, we can pick up some more potions. The big thing is going to be, one, we don't want any stone skin spawning. I'd be hesitant about cold enchanted spawning on like, or like cold immune, you know, for like Maddock or Talic or something, but it's not too big of a deal. And then I just don't want Talic to be one-shotting me, basically. So we're going to look around for basically that. Okay. That's workable, I think. There's a lot of like lightning enchanted and stuff, but it's fine. Okay, let's see if we can't get just Talic down here. And we have all but Corlic. We can give potions to our mercenary. That lightning is so nasty. All that lightning enchanted is just so much. It's okay. Make sure we keep our cyclone armor up. Talic is halfway. And the important thing is that I'm just like keeping myself away from Talic. Now he does have teleport, which is slightly scary. That is one slightly scary piece. Make sure we keep our Cyclone Armor up, and the Lightning Enchanted is not really going to affect us. And just get ready with rejuves in case he does a dumb teleport stomp on us. Can also be ready with a save quit if he does it as well. Perfect. Okay. So just a little kiting around. Not too bad. So we did lose our mercenary, but it's alright. We do have a Stone Skin Corlick, but he's not physical immune, so it ends up not being too bad. Let's take a little bit longer. Perfect. Level 73 and a half. Let's grab our mercenary. Let's build up some summons. And let us continue. Okay, Pike Women are a little bit rough, so we do want to be careful. Death Lords are also a little bit rough, so we want to be a little extra careful. I don't love the mob spawns we got in here, so I'm going to be a little slower moving through level 1, because those are some tough mobs. The nice thing is we did run into champions and then more champions. So when you spawn that many champions, it actually takes away a lot of the other spawns that would happen. So we're not going to see a lot of boss groups. We're already running low on them for spawns. Ghoul Lords are pretty tanky. They have a high physical res. They can take a little bit as well to kill. But again, it's not too big of an issue. The big thing right now is really just doing this. Just killing the Death Lords, killing the stuff. We just want to get to level 2 and get to the waypoint so we have a safety spot. Okay, there we go. There's level 2. Go through there. Perfect. If level 2 is souls, 1, we could always reset. It will take us back. We'll have to go through, you know, some areas again, but sometimes that can be better than nothing. 2, we could look at putting on more light res. 3, we can look at just spamming out our Cyclone Armor. It's always a pretty viable option. Looks like we're in the clear though. We have snakes, hellspawns, and horror mages. And again, you'll just see me so often casting to put up Cyclone Armor because it's so important. Don't really want to fight all those snakes. Let's just jump. So important to have. And it's one of those things where you can easily forget it, and then you're not taking any damage, and then all of a sudden you just start taking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of damage in like a second, and you're like, what's happening? It's because your cyclone armor fell off. So, you know, just don't let it fall off. I have 1,700 damage absorbed from it right now. That's so much life. Oh yeah, we got ghosts, which unfortunately the specters, oops, are kind of nasty. Got to deal with them like we did before.
Yes, warrior.
Or either just let our hurricane deal with them, or figure something else. We also have health temptresses, which are the same with the physical immune, so kind of annoying, but that's fine. We'll go down here. We have Ghoul Lords. We have Souls. Okay, so we do have Souls down here. Again, we have a lot of damage absorbed for them. We just have to make sure we're casting. Just make sure we're casting. Look at how often I cast it. Oh, I got hit. Oh, I got hit. Oh, I got hit. Right? It's an infinite life hack. So long as you're... as long as you're thinking about it. Got hit. Got hit. Got hit. Got hit. Got hit. Got hit. Recast. We have lower res as well. Recast. Recast. Cool.
Good evening.
And that looks dangerous, but like as long as we're doing that,
Evening.
we're safe. Let's go in and fight these bad boys. Dark Lords are annoying because again they've got high physical res. But we can slowly deal with them. And we're just making a little bit of a safe space for ourselves again. So we have some room to run and drag some things when we need to. Recast. Recast. Am I overdoing the recasting? Oh yeah, totally. Does it matter that I'm overdoing it? Nope, not one bit. Recast. Recast. This isn't, you know, you won't always see like when I'm playing like this at a pro level, I'm not going to be recasting quite as often. But I'll still be recasting a fair amount. But this is just like showing you don't have to, right? You can, this is, a lot of you are not pro Diablo 2 players. You're not speedrunning, you're not min-maxing, trying to optimize every frame, whatever. Watch out, especially if you have dolls, that they don't get resurrected here. Another wave that recasting is a good idea. And another wave that it's a good idea. Perfect. Curse is not great. Probably gonna lose our mercenary from that. Unfortunate that we hit cursed. But you know, when you hit cursed, you can either continue to fight and just like kind of slow play the fighting a little bit, really drag it out and take it around, or you can skip it. All kind of up to you. Actually, I've dealt some pretty good damage to him, and we could take a few more of them out here. But I feel pretty happy. Just drag and come back around. Once they're out of there, you're good to go. Let's go ahead and grab our mercenary for fun.
Salutations.
Afternoon.
Get everybody in. Make sure we're players one. Let's head over to Mr. Diablo. Or Bale. Now Bale is actually decently strong, and unfortunately does do a lot of damage to all of your summons. So he'll be a little bit of a fight. Additionally, if he summons a clone, you can just run away from where he is in the clone so you can't see him. Go back to town for 4 seconds here. Oops.
Yes, warrior.
And then you can go back in and fight, and the clone will have disappeared. Recast. Yeah, this is definitely one of the like hardest fights for this character. Is the Bale fight. It just doesn't quite have the damage you would want on it. But he's still okay. You know, it's just not like fantastic. Head back, grab some more potions. We can also drink some thawing potions for some additional cold res. Doesn't look like those are hitting. Those are getting there. Now his tentacles actually do a decent amount of damage, so you will want to kind of be careful around those. lot of it's just going to be about trying to make sure you can actually hit him, because your tornadoes will like to dodge him a lot. And then resummoning your bear. So you have a bear to fight as well.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
We have a clone. I don't see any reason to fight the clone. I will run away from the clone. Spend a few seconds in town, or just away from the fight. Come back in. Clone is gone. We can continue. Now, sometimes if your character just will not hit him, you can readjust, and sometimes you just have to change where your mouse pointer is for a temporary second. And sometimes it's not on him. If you click on him, it won't path to him. He's actually being really annoying, because when he goes into spots like this, a lot of times you can't click past him to hit him, and it can be extra difficult to hit, so. Pretty annoying Dale right now. Put our cyclone armor back on. Go back to town. He'll hide in the corner every now and then. Make sure you don't run out of town portals.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Okay, immediate clone, so that's fine. We can go back. Let's go ahead and just get some more rejuves really fast while we wait for it to despawn. Come back in. Cyclone armor on again. And it was, you know, it had its ups and downs, a couple moments of a little more difficulty. But overall, not too bad. Congratulations. You are the owner of a brand new Hell Hardcore Druid. GG, everybody. How easy was that? No trouble at all. We ended up level 74 in the end.
Moo. GG easy
Almost
game.
fully maxed on the damage there, which is nice. Again, you can start putting some more points into like Direwolf and Grizzly Bear and stuff if you want. Or Oak Sage if you want to have the Oak Sage. A little bit more. Thanks, Pooty. That's kind of pretty much all the places I would consider putting points. Those three places afterwards. Here's our stats and skills. So, enough strength for gear. Maxed vitality. Max, almost maxed, and then 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And again, you could go more points over here if you want the summons to be a little bit better, and then you know you would lose a little bit of damage for that. But also, every time you put a point into Twister, you're also increasing your survivability with Cyclone Armor. So now my Cyclone Armor absorbs 1,720 damage, which is crazy. It's so much damage. Gear, pretty similar to what we started with. The Spirit, the Lore, the Ancient's Pledge. 3 to Elemental skills. We also found a 2 to Elemental skills, Amy. It's crazy. Got the smoke. Still these same ones here. We did end up switching to the 10 FCR and the string of ears just to get the PDR. So, you know, just nice having some physical damage reduction. However, we could have continued with running, you know, this 9 FCR belt here and then the 20 light res there or whatever we wanted. Right. And then our 40 fast run walk boots. And again, we could always just spend 10 minutes shopping to get 30 fast run walk, 28 light res boots or whatever from Nightmare Elzix. Charms were all pretty mediocre. We did find a couple things. 23 cold res is nice, and 18 life small charm is nice, but overall, nothing to write home about. Gear-wise, it was a pretty fine run, with the exception of like this. That was pretty crazy.
Can one gamble battle hammers in D2 are classic?
I want to say, can you gamble exceptional items? Yes. Okay. Chat is saying yes. Okay. Sorry, I'll finish it out. We had an insight, Duriel shell, and then just a random helm here, which was decent. You can't get one. Seems it doesn't work. Only normal items. Okay. I mean, I thought it was only normal items, but maybe you can. I don't know what the upgrade chance is back in Classic or anything. I'd have to go look that one up. Yeah. And that's kind of how we ended up. So, you know, we had the prismatic Yami, we had the cold res belt, we had the caster belt. Just some various things that we like shifted between as we played along. But ultimately, just a solid character. At this point, you deal cold damage and physical damage. You can take this character a lot of places. I would avoid places with too many cold immunes. And I'd avoid places with too tight of spaces. So like normally you'd say, oh, ancient tunnels, there's no cold immunes in there. But I don't really love like being in places with narrow corridors because tornadoes are just so blah. So if I'm really wanting to farm, I'm looking at places like Far Oasis, right? Like I've got my Cyclone armor. Yeah, I don't love the itchy spawn, so maybe not with the itchies, but, you know, we could re-roll it to not be itchies, and then we could fight Black Raptors. We could fight, you know, different beetle groups. We can take it to the dry hills. We can take it to the rocky waste. Cows is the terror zone, and I guess it does okay in cows, though cows are a little dangerous. We get more itchies, of course. I'm like, let me show you a zone. It's like, never. See what we spawn out here. Yeah, this isn't great either. It's okay, you know. It's like you can do some of this. The Bale Waves, honestly, weren't bad for farming either. I like farming like Players 8 Cold Plains. Let's go ahead and... Now there are cold immunes in Cold Plains, but let's go to Black Marsh and then we can go to like Darkwood, and there are some cold immunes around there, but it's not too bad. So you can kind of farm in some of these earlier areas, pick up experience out here. You can get good shrines in these early areas as well. We can obviously do Tower. We talked about that before. Yes, it does have kind of narrower paths, but it's not as bad. But really, I mean, if I can spend more time in like these open areas, I will. And then something like Flare Jungle is also really nice. Because, you know, especially if you get the lightning immune little flares and not the cold immune ones. So it looks like we do have cold immune ones. So, whatever. Again, you can like reset it multiple times. But I don't love all the shooters here. So that's probably like a reset. But I would say like flare jungle with just the lightning immunes and just the flares could be a lot of experience very quickly for you. We can check one more time to see if we can hit it. Even birds are fine. No, looks like we get more shooters again. Shooters are probably the one thing that I would want to really avoid in the flare. But these little like soul killers are great. But all those guys are just like annoying. They're just gonna chip away at you too much and be cursed and all that. But honestly, pretty good experience there. And then, you know, you can do fine. So, yeah. That is your Druid. GG. And I'll see you guys next time. Don't forget to like and subscribe, YouTube. Peace. All right. Wow, we finished that ahead of time, ahead of schedule. Trap Sin when? Yeah, Trap could be the next one here. We also haven't done any of the warlocks yet. Amazon, Assassin, Necro, Bard, Paladin, Druid. So that leaves Sorceress and Warlock as the only two we haven't done any of them yet on. Source is actually a little rough. Mirrored Blades Warlock. The multi-shot style. Too many casters. I mean, really? We've done Amazon, who is a Javazon, Martial Arts Assassin, Summon Necro, Throw Barbarian, Fist of Heavens, and Elemental. I feel like it's a pretty good combination of everything there. You know? Can you undo hell and run it again with the Fire Druid? I mean, like I say, I've got... you know, right over here.
Maxed out Fissure and Volcano.
The Hell
We're
Fire Druid Guided playthrough, where we do play through as a Fire Druid.
I am pushing through these areas because
So, like, it is fine enough, and you know,
too long.
So, if you bring them outside of the throne room, Bale will... Easy enough. Let's do a little Llama RPG work, because I really want to get Llama RPG devved. You know, I want to get it out there for everybody. Oh, I forgot to say updated fire area. Push those changes. Not hardcore doesn't count. Oh my god. No, Rash. Let me get oh wait, we have GitHub up. Godot. Okay. 5. Is there really only 5? I thought there were 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we just need this. So this one feels more like it'll be bigger. Okay. What do we want for the walls on this one? I did kind of like that light muddy. This one. What did I get? What do you mean, what did I get? Will this be available on mobile? So it'll start on Steam, PC, Steam Deck, whatever, and then I think we'll try and do a mobile port from that. Maybe that's too similar in color. Honestly, I kind of like the combo, which is weird, but that'd be $9.99. It's way too cheap for how much work I'm putting into this thing. I am a fool for selling it at that price. Oh, that's a floor object? Oopsies. Not a smart man. Oh, there they are. Oh, there we go. That's better. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we can update to software, game development. Alright, so this can have that there. See if I like it on that. I actually do. Maybe it's better that way. It's kind of nice. Okay, so in this area we want to have that was like bad. It's gonna be like the meeting hall. Yeah, so that should all be on floor object 1. Is it rated E for everyone? Yeah, it should be. Do llamas need chairs to sit down? Yeah, who doesn't? Not too much there. Let's do... that. Like files. Is how all those Pokemon games were made? Maybe. Perfect. Next year, Llama RPG. Llama RPG. And I don't know if I love the wall. I also need to change these out. Fix the navigation region. Good. Okay. Tentative launch for this game when? I'm desiring to have it somewhat ready by end of the year. That's my goal. I'm really trying to crunch in and just get this to that. What do we call that? Fire City Interior 1. Fire Cave Interior 2. Interior 3. Fire Cave Interior 4. Cave Interior 5. Something like that. Okay, Act 6. Let me get my handy dandy marker. Check. And check. Beautiful. Let's make sure in the world. Instantiate. Act 4. Instantiate Act 6. Okay, so that is covering right now. Let's do that. Whew. Okay, now let's. Yeah. I said, end of the year. is when I'm hoping to have essentially like an early access. There's smithing and alchemy. Yeah, wait, where do you see that? How'd you know about that? Alright. How does this game look like? I can give like a short view. There's !RPG Discord where you can watch the commits kind of come in. Ah, what was this issue? I think I just had to quit and start again. That was a weird issue. Good. And then, of course, ! Llama RPG will take you. You can wishlist it on Steam, which, of course, will let you know when it's out. You'll do an alchemy build. I think alchemy will be pretty fun. There you go. So it'll have an offline and an online mode. And, you know, you'll be a llama. Moves around the town. I mean, holy, it's actually real. Of course it's actually real.
Moo. So cool to see this.
Thanks, Doc. Sure. Ignore the... That's supposed to be faster. I don't know why that's so slow right now. You should be able to, like... The text should move faster, and you should be able to jump through each one, so... wait, those are a little ugly. Oh, that's not supposed to be there. That's supposed to be down there. Okay, this tree's a little messed up. I gotta replace where those are linked. Yep. Turn-based combat with Diablo-inspired itemization. Say, yes. And your llama. And there's all sorts of things. So, yeah, that's a quick look at the game. And there's just a lot. $80 a pop retail. 10 should be at least 30, but I'm stupid, so. Kicking cats ain't rated E for everyone. That's brutal. Racing against GTA 6, yeah. When am I going to put the Blizzard NDA Easter egg? Well, that's what we're deciding right now. Exclamation mark Llama RPG. We'll put you on the wish list, and then exclamation mark RPG Discord. We'll link you to the server, or the Discord server, and then in there, you know, I'll hit everyone up with all this stuff as things come along with that. Okay, so let's take an overall look at everything. I want to see the world a little bit more now that I've done a little more, and we can figure out what we need to do. Act 6. Act 7. Okay. So, Act 1, 2. So we need to design 2. I want to look at the Llama RPG Master document as well. So we have Llama Land, Industrial Land, Iceland, Desert Land, Fire Cave, Swamp. We need Water, Plant, Cloud. Oh, we do need the mountain. Oh, man. Let me send a message really fast. Slash plant. Okay, so again, we need water where we need tile set, cloud where we need tile set. Let's go ahead and make the mountain, I think. Honestly, it could even be part of Act 1's tile if you want. Will this game also be released with the streamer luck mechanic? Yeah, of course. If you stream the game, then you get better chances of finding things. That, of course, I'll be adding that. Silly not to. Okay. So that puts us at... Fire Caves. This is Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Act 4, Act 5, Act 6, Act 7, Act 8, Jesus, Act 9, Act 10, Act 11. Well, please make this game over $10. We'll have a Kickstarter or something. You can contribute more if you want. Okay, so all that can be removed. And it's looking really good. I'm really happy with it. Because I thought is there not an Act 8? We don't have that. Yeah, pretty much how it's going to be. Can also buy copies as a gift. Also true. Can you pay to win? You cannot pay to win. You can pay to think you're winning. All right, so Act 6. Maybe I want to copy. I don't want to copy that over, though. I just want to make sure that all this stuff is the same. Ordering 0. It says one change. What is this? Y sort enabled bool equals false. Well, that also says that. Why does that one have a thing on it and this one does not? Oh, this is a level world, which I don't think I want. Okay, so for Act 6, I don't want to instantiate, or for Act 10 that I'm making right here, I want to just create a new 2D scene and set like that. I mean, I'm assuming so. Thanks, Corey. New folder, Act 10, Mountain. Where am I actually saving the acts? In world act. There we go. Act 10. Yeah. GG. Thank you so much. Okay, so if I hover over this, it's a node 2D. So this will be Act 10. Mountain. Okay, I think that's it. So now I need to create the levels within Act 10. So now I do level world. And this will be mountain. We'll just say outside mountain. Level key is outside mountain. Save scene as level outside mountain. How close are we to another test? Honestly, kind of decently. We're working a lot right now on it, so a lot of good stuff happening. Gotta work hard right before Act 6 is revealed. Okay. Oh my god. No, I'm smiling because y'all are ridiculous. Y'all are ridiculous. Okay, so the only thing I really want from this is I want to capture this here. So I need... Honestly, I guess I could just build on and then delete after. They are silly billies, aren't they? These guys. Wait, where is that? Oh, that's all just water under there. Wait. Oh, this is the tile I want to find. No. Where's that tile at? It's got to be out here, right? Is there a faster way where it'll take you right to the tile it's set, at least? You're so weird, Warren. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. just need to get that stone path right here. I'm assuming that's the one we're using. Yep. Cool. I don't know why those are in the grass layer and not the tile layer, but that's what they are. Okay, so now I think we've got enough. This will be everything we need. Okay. No. Is there an easier way to delete this navigation node rather than clicking all of the... There's too many nodes. Not because I have all the children under it, huh? Ah. No. Make a new nav polygon. Ah. Too late now. This thing? Oh. All right, perfect. Now let's make this like a decent walk. Probably needs to be a little winding. Oh yeah, let's get our music back. That doesn't quite work. Okay. Put all the unders. Put all the overs. I actually think I might have a pattern that's a path builder. Terrain. Kind of. Brick path. Grass path. Maybe not. There it is. There it is. Always remember when you have made tools to make things easier for yourself. Speaking of tools, how about them cowboys? Whoa! Watch yourself. Ooh, can I cut back that much? Is that going to be enough outside? Can always adjust if needed. Can also just come in and cut it short. Let's try and keep it all in the same. Is it a good strategy, you think? gonna be impressed. We always love his strategies. He impresses us every year. Okay, so we're definitely gonna want.
Good evening, everyone. The highlights of the news this Thursday. Traffic accident. A Beaver County man is being held for murder. And more labor.
No, I finished higher than he did last year. Thank you very much. Can we mine from the caves and find good ingredients from the forest? Yeah, there'll be ingredients that are foraged and mined and things and then combined. Okay, Doc. Nobody knows or remembers even. Golly. Let me just make sure Act 1. Plenty of water there. Let's take the grass a little further out. We can hit water. I just want to know if that... Okay, so let's save this. Let's instantiate outside mountain. Perfect. That's Act 10. Let's go to World. Instantiate Act 10. Okay, so we are a little bit... I gotta drop that grass a little bit. Looks like now. Okay, so we have 2 pixels of grass to work with. And we can just go into see how that looks. 1 over. Okay. Let's put some water here.
Yeah, falling in when the love hurts just as much as falling out of it. But I'll scrape my knees and scar my shins. I hope you never doubted that I'm down
Perfect.
for you. Wanna hit the town, make it loud, be a clown for you. Or maybe we could be a Romeo and Juliet, except without the age difference, and we can forget the death. Cause this is love at first sight. There's no doubt in my mind. And darling, forget about the time, cause you're mine. And I'll spend every
And we
second
actually need to
chilling
go to
with you.
Llama Town.
Like this, that vintage Nickelodeon innocence love. Innocence,
Get rid of
the type that
these.
we fight, let's chill and make up. You're one in a million base stubs. But to me, you're like a lottery. There's a lot of fish in the sea, but you're a catch that's so startling, baby. I know that there's a lot to do. It's awful too. And then your past, there's a lot to chew. I'll buckle up. Like your burdens are
It's
weight
not
to carry,
Nature
but
Dungeon that has it.
lessons at a
It's
steady
Desert.
rate. And I'll
Wow.
be by your side like your phone pocketed on
Desert
second
has that
base.
one.
Honestly, I just want some acknowledgement for confidence and compliments,
Exterior.
but maybe I'm not hitting the dot. But I'm still taking my shot. I'ma practice and go again, and you can show me around, and you can even will your friends. Like I know that they'll be talking with their dissonant whispers, but shiver me timbers if they can rock the relationship. Do you know who you playing with? I'm feeling like Midas, but you was gold to begin with. I didn't help in the slightest thing.
Whenever Llama stops feature creeping. When have I feature creeped? Don't answer that.
Of course he's gonna hang around for more. It's sort of like a drug. It's addicting.
And ooh, girl, I'm addicted to you. You're my dopamine and joy. Make me forget and then I go.
Okay.
Oh,
What's the lore behind the game?
let me know when I'm just thinking of you.
You're a llama waking up looking for the baby llamas that have disappeared. You can earn money by selling skins and stuff without actually improving the game performance. I don't want to have skins be sold in the game. I don't love that. Perfect. All right. It is connected. We just need one more strip of water. And Act 10 is officially connected to the game. Which is nice. There's a skin crafter profession. Llama wants to lose money. Exactly. Warren, yeah, he gets it now. Yeah. Yeah, the economy's hard enough, right? We don't need to be pushing everyone's pocketbooks. If you can afford to pay more, there will be ways you can choose to. Otherwise, yeah, it's all good. Is there magic or just alchemy? Well, alchemy is just going to be the potion creating. There is some like magic and stuff in the game. Yeah, you've got like your spells and things. Like hidden walkable paths in the trees. I mean, if I'm going to do that, I can't do that on stream. And then I'm showing you guys all the secrets. But yes, there should be a lot of fun things like that in the game. I guess we have some tree patterns. Okay, we will need some more grass over here. And we'll need, I guess we're good there. A few too many stacked. Do a little thinning out. So let's get some more grass right here really fast. As well. Okay. I think we'll make it more like get rocky as we go, though. Maybe. Let's get this navigation region. See what happens. Yeah, shortcut right there. We gotta watch down there. Really just a couple spots. Down there and right there. Okay, cool. Yes, that's good dough. RPG Maker is good, but we couldn't do everything we wanted to in it. So. Why not have a straight road through the woods? Because that's too easy. Let's go check out the world. Well, we can put some mountains in the way. Okay? We haven't gotten to that part yet. We're just getting the basics. Because it's a mountainous area. It's Outside Mountain. That is the name. Maybe the ordering on that is not great. Why are we not able to see that? That's why. Too many trees. Go in and redo the trees around these areas. Alright, now trees. Okay, that can still exist there. Trees here. There you go. Now, why did they build such weird roads? Because they have to. That's why. Because of the mountain landscaping. Okay. Pretty solid. This does need a repair right here. Trying to find where that is. Maybe from Overworld. Exterior. Oh, there it is. Cool. piece is that? Oh, it's up there. There we go. Okay, now let's bake the new one. And we do need to say you can't walk over that. So this, let's go to the tile set. Horizontally. Okay. Horizontally. Probably could have done it for all of those, honestly, but it's okay. Okay. Now let's try again. Better baking. Okay, you can move all around in that path. Move around to there. I need a little more water. I guess we'll have a mountain there. Ooh, this is danger. Okay, so I do need one tree there. Okay. Reminds you of Pokemans? It's a pixel art game, so. All right. So the real mountains that we want to make are going to be why does everybody think Llama RPG is a meme? Yeah. Maybe I should use that same tile. I like this one better though. Should have used this one in the first place. Decent size. Okay. Paste as sibling, paste as sibling, paste as sibling. One more. Unfortunately, what? It's only $10. You still are getting paid, so you're fine. Boy out here acting like it means something to him. Yeah, but if this game does awful and I get fired, then I have to get a real job. That is a fair point. Okay, touche. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. Fired is a strong word. I would say let go for cause. At least Llama RPG will be in your resume. It's true. think how this has to function. Not quite right. Okay, so let's look at it. Where's the right stairs? Okay, so you can go up there. Go up here. Oops. Should put these all in like structure 6, I think. Go up here. You can go up here. And you can come over here, go down here, go up here. Oops. Up. Up, here, down, down, over. Okay, so this needs to be botched up. Or just blocked across. Put some trees there. Okay, and then this will be the mountain over here. So now we'll go a little bit more. Back and forth action. Okay, maybe don't do it like that. A little too ugly. Might play more co-op games with Moo Girl. Yeah, I think we'll end up doing some more. She really enjoys them and it's a nice time. Structure 3. Structure 4. Structure 5. structure 6. Okay. Structure 6, we'll put the stairs. Stairs, 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 stairs. Okay, pretty good mountain climbing. Okay, we'll move this right here. Huh. I guess structure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can all be on -1. Because you're never going to be behind them like that. Point would be minus as well because you can't be on the waypoint. Shoot, you're right. So everything else should be -2 then. I probably need to go fix that on a few of the other ones somewhere. I think I've set it on 0 in a lot of places. It doesn't look like the right door. That looks weird, doesn't it? Where's the, like, nature hole? Does nature dungeon have one? No, that has these holes for that, which is not close. Probably the cave fire dungeon might have it. No, that's too rocky. None of those look right. What am I using in Llama Town? Yeah, I want this. Where is that? that whole thing just a structure? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Better. Okay, so grass. Sand is on -3. Perfect. And water. See how it messes with the world or doesn't. Perfect. Okay. Now for the trees. You got any games in mind, Trevin? Alright, let's do the navigation region. Sure, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You're not really doing anything over there, but... fall into the water, do you just drown? Well, you don't get to go to the water. Huh. Oh, I need to delete. Alright, no, I'm doing this wrong. Okay, so I do need to delete on structure, there, and there. Wait, what's going on down here? Oh, oopsies. So tile should probably also be on -3. Okay, that's better. So now we go here. We go structure is fine. Structure 2. Yeah, so I need to structure just has the 1-up, but it's not letting me go up that right now. These stairs shouldn't be blocked. And that does not have that. So I guess let's take a look. Like that should connect to there. So we need to see why that's not connecting. Tile set, select, structure. Tile set, U, physics. Yes, which is fine, but what about the stairs I chose? Were those from dungeon? Shoot, where did I put this? Dungeon. Where did I get those stairs from? I don't see it. Okay, so tile set. You. Physics. Okay. So that's fine. Oh wait, that was still there in the way. Oops. What the heck? Hold on. That should work. You don't think this has enough space? Oh, like this is coming over and blocking too much? Okay. No? Okay, so... Oh, it's this piece is blocking. Oh, okay. That's why. It needs that. What the heck? I'm getting rid of this tile. What is happening? Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, so let's go to exterior tile set. There's a way to like, you click like this. Like that? That doesn't seem right. Like I've got a lot of room. Didn't you layer on structure on top of structure? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean structure 2 is on top of structure 1. Yeah, but I'm just trying to deal with structure 1 right now. Let's try this. Okay, so it can go over that. I mean, there's no way. Because I have tons of places where I have stairs. There's no way going like this doesn't allow it to go. What? That doesn't make sense. Well, this is wide open, and this one is fully blocked, and this one's fully blocked. Yeah, the flat green has no collision. Like, I literally have all over the place single stairs. What? What is it? Nav polygon settings. Where the heck is that? Oh. When I reset that, it screwed up. Radius should be 1 pixel. What did we say? 4? Okay, let's check. Yeah. 4 pixels. That's what it is. I'm like, I have this. Thank you. I was like, I have done this a million times and it's been fine. I know that this works. That's right. The agent needed to be set lower. Oh, now I gotta go check all of these again. Because now you can get way further out. Okay. Yeah, I can just set the nav region around to block all the tree walking. Okay, cool. Good on that. It's dad o'clock, so I gotta go be a dad. But nice progress on it. I like it. Come back and deal with more of that later. GG, everybody. Thanks for being here. I know I have to go. We'll roll the Steam gift card tomorrow. We're just gonna roll that one tomorrow. Sorry, we ended up rolling past time trying to deal with this issue. GG, everybody.